SIFA program is the African Union program, and it's implemented by the African Union Development Agency as a technical agency of the African Union. It's supported by the German government and European Union, but this segment of the technical cooperation is mostly supported by GIZ. So the combination of African Union, AUD and NEPAD, BMZ, EU, KFW, and also GIZ, it forms what we call the Skills Initiative for Africa. It was launched. It was started in 2015 during the fourth steering committee summit that we had here. The main purpose of the TC segment of it actually is to establish an African dialogue platform to showcase innovative and successful approaches, which will promote continental exchange and networking opportunities in our member states. So SIFA in itself, it works or it implements, we are not only anticipating, we also have got projects that will close the gaps, that we work with both public and private sector. I won't go too much into details, but the main aim is to improve the occupational prospects of young people, women, and vulnerable population. We work in policy. As you see, this is one of the guidance notes that assists our member states in terms of aligning ourselves with the CTVET strategy and many other strategies, because we have got within the union actually we've got 3 frameworks that we are implementing as one, which is the CTVET strategy, the CISA, and the STISA strategies. So the SIFA provides support to both public and private sector. So we fund both, the public and private sector, because we know that we need the two actually to be strong together. Mainly to do projects in construction, providing state-of-the-art equipment, training equipment to TVET colleges, also rehabilitation of TVET colleges and construction in that area, but also we provide training to teachers and also students in the developed curriculums that we are developing as well. But we also provide bursaries for vulnerable population. Lastly, also just to get new entrepreneurs, and we fund them to upscale their technology so that they can provide employment in that area. So that's how we make sure that in the whole value chain we provide that as well. So as you can see in one of the projects in the picture there, which is in Tunisia, where we are constructing, extending a private, sort of like a TVET college in that area, building a training facility, and also building an accommodation, what we call dormitory, for young girls to stay in that area, particularly for those who are coming from far areas of Tunis. So those are the tangible things that we do. But in terms of this, because we're seeking to strengthen our labor market, information system, working with other partners. Let me recognize not only ILO, but we've got a number of colleagues and organizations that are assisting us to to do what we do and do best, because we can't do it alone. So we have got what we call Aspire, which is a platform where we share some of these platforms. I think we'll share the presentation. But Aspire is the African Skills Portal for Youth Employment and Entrepreneurship. It's to provide a digital space for the harnessing and active sharing of African-owned good practices, including, what we've developed and other many practices that we have developed. So if you want any good practices, actually you can visit that Aspire platform, which would assist assist, us in terms of moving forward in that area. But particularly, why do we have Aspire and the projects that we have? I think the answer is very simple, because we're implementing the Agenda 2063. And now we are moving on with our second 10-year implementation, which is dubbed, the year of acceleration. But on top of that, the key document for us is the Continental Tibet strategy that we're implementing. So Aspire seeks to drive that, C-Tibet strategy. I won't elaborate much, but we are also making sure that it's aligned to the second 10-year implementation strategy of the Agenda 2063. So Aspire is a strategic document for the C-Tibet strategy. I want to stress our aim and what we are doing and why we are developing these guidance notes, because we are not working in vacuum. We are working in aspiration to achieve something. So within the HCID, we are looking at, upscaling these Aspire to make sure that it support, several areas. One of them is Africa Critical Skills Bank. We have got a huge program called Energize Africa. We need to work on that area as well. This document also will assist us, and Aspire will assist us in our CTVET, implementation and monitoring, framework that we're developing in that area. So, co-moderator, thank you very much. I think this is what I wanted to share. All of the best.
Thank you very much, Norman. And indeed, we cherish our partnership with you, with others. GIZ also mentioned on the guidance note. And before hearing from two countries that were involved in the initiative, that have conducted activities on skills anticipation in the framework of the project, I'd like to turn to Mr. Anwar from African Development Bank and hear from you how the bank, with its strategy and its focus on youth and on skills, is supporting African countries in this endeavor, and how you see the relevance of this new guidance note for African countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine and Norman. Thank you for inviting us. Good morning, everyone. So, first of all, let me say, on behalf of the bank, extend our gratitude to the ILO and AUDA NEPAD for convening this critical dialogue. As you rightly mentioned in your presentation, Norman, skills anticipation is not a luxury, it's a necessity. And aligning skills development with labor market demands ensures that investments in infrastructure, agro-processing, digital, and green economy translate into decent jobs, enhance productivity, and inclusive growth. Without proper skills anticipation, investments may not achieve their intended outcomes. The African Development Bank recognizes that Africa needs a skilled labor force to achieve and sustain inclusive development, growth, and transformation. The gaps in specialized technical and vocational skills hold back Africa's full industrial and economic potential. There are rapid developments in technology which are redefining the future of work, and Africa might take this opportunity. The future workforce needs stronger science, technology, engineering, and mathematics skills, what we call STEM skills. And this is why we think at the African Development Bank that the Skills Initiative for Africa is very relevant. as it promotes the occupational prospects of young Africans through the support of innovative skills development programs and close cooperation with the private sector as an integral key stakeholder in the creation of jobs. So now, as you asked, Christine, how are we supporting this at the African Development Bank? As you rightly mentioned, in 2022, we approved what we call the Skills for Employability and Productivity for Africa Action Plan to accelerate the implementation of our Jobs for Youth in Africa strategy, which was approved in 2016 with the objective to support African countries to create 25 million jobs and skill 50 million youth. So coming back to the action plan, it focuses on aligning training systems with the demands of today's and tomorrow's labor market. And it has three main focus areas. First one, the technical and vocational education and training, which is key, as you mentioned, Norman. The second one is higher education with a particular attention to STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And the third one is the digital skills, which is also very important for us. And we have few examples of operations that we did in African countries. In Nigeria, we have what we call the IDICE, investing in innovative and digital creative enterprises. We have the Ekiti Knowledge Zone that we are also supporting in Nigeria. In Kenya, we have a higher education and science and technology project. We also have a TVET support project, etc. in Cote d'Ivoire and IPASAM. So in total, between 2022, since the adoption of the action plan, we approved 50 operations aligned to the CEPA, with a specific focus on TVET and higher education, as I mentioned earlier. So this represents an investment of about 2.5 billion US dollar between these 3 years in African countries to support skills development. We acknowledge with you that there are some barriers to skills development, as some countries have fragmented data system and they are struggling also with the labor market information system, limiting their ability to forecast skills needs. There is also a persistent mismatch between training institutions and employers' needs. And to respond to these barriers, the bank invests also in studies and also support the countries to develop and apply policy reforms, and also to develop and strengthen the labor market information system, as we did it in Mozambique and Rwanda recently. The bank has also approved, Christine, as you know, the youth jobs and skills market system with the support and collaboration of ILO, which intends to apply a skill and job lens to all our operations. As you know, the bank invests on average 10 billion USD per year in Africa, and we think that we can leverage on these investments rightly to mainstream skills and job creation. So this is something also we are doing at the bank. So I want to conclude by reaffirming that we are really committed to bridging the skills gap across the continent in collaboration with all the partners, AU, DA, ILO, AUC, and all the partners working in this field. And I would like to thank you really for your partnership, your vision, and your shared determination. The future of decent work in Africa starts with the decisions we make and the coalitions we build today. Thank you.
Thank you very much for these very insightful comments, remarks, putting our side event really into perspective of an institution that shapes the future of the continent. And we're very excited about the partnership on skills, jobs, and youth marker, as it's nicely called. So while I understand our colleagues from IT are still trying to connect our speaker in Zambia, let me turn to Mr. Shadrach, who's with us here, from Mr. Shadrach Mensah from Ghana. So Ghana has been one of the countries that participated in the CIFA initiative and the component on skills anticipation that the ILO supported. So can you tell us a little bit on what happened in Ghana, why you thought this was important for your country to engage, and what your lessons learned?
Thank you so much, Christine, and good morning, everyone. We are grateful for the collaboration and the opportunity given us. You know, we are living in a revolving world, and as the saying goes, that you cannot address today's issues with yesterday's ideas. And indeed, skills anticipation is a critical component in our quest to develop our world, because, you know, invisible thing must actually brought to visible. And for that matter, for us to meet our development clearly, then in our thinking and to be able to meet the production, these skills is what is really critical. In Ghana, in our quest to be able to have this, we sought, first of all, to collaborate with the various agencies. We were able to have a strong stakeholder participatory approach, which seems as a cornerstone in that we formed what we called National Tax Team, which was drawn from various segments of our economy. In that, in our dialogues, we discussed various skills that will be needed in the various sectors. So this team apparently meets quarterly within a year to be able to discuss the needed skills within the various sectors in order for us to have a skill bank. Additionally, we realized that having the strong institutional coordination is another aspect. So also, we collaborated with the Ghana Statistical Service, which from time to time does the survey to have the data needed in a various segments of our economy. What we did was that we collaborated with them and asked the needed question that will bring out the skills that is needed in our various economic sector. And also, we were able to, you know, in our Labor Act, the labor demands that the employers file job returns monthly. So we have legal backing which demands that all the employers should be able to let the labor departments know the kind of job they have and its collaborative skills. With this, we've been able to identify the various skills in the various sectors for us to have this labor skills bank. And again, you know, to be able to have this kind of dialogue and collaboration, sustainable funding is also crucial. So we were fortunate to collaborate with the ILO and GIZ, supported by World Bank. So we were able to fund the activities regarding seeking these skills. And that's actually helped us to be able to have the needed action plan that will help to guide our thinking and the development at large. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mensah, for this also insightful explanation of how Ghana has embarked skills anticipation. I hope we now have our speaker, Mr. Harrington Chibanda from Zambia, online. Can IT colleagues please check? Mr. Chibanda, can you hear us? Mr. Chibanda, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Ah, wonderful. We can hear you as well. Excellent.
Thank you.
So welcome to our side event. Apologies for the technological challenges. So now we have you with us. And we'd be very keen to hear from you, you as the Executive Director of the Zambia Federation of Employers, why you have engaged as employers in skills anticipation in the country, what your experience has been, and what you would like other countries present here in the room to learn from the Zambian experience. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Kindly allow me not to put on my camera as I'm speaking from my bedroom, if that is okay with everyone. So,
Sure.
Harrington Chibanda is my name. And as Christina has put it, I'm CEO for the Zambia Federation of Employers. Answering the why question, in terms of why Zambia Federation of Employers has come on board on the issue of skills development. It is really emanating from the issue of industry desiring to have skills that can indeed respond to the industry needs. That over the years, there's been an outcry from industry that there are skills mismatches, which is a story that is known world over. There are the issues of availability of skills shortages in certain sectors. And as a service to our members, we then decided we should jump on this wagon on skills development so that we see how as industry can contribute towards the aspect of skills development. And so in the past 3 years, we were privileged at Zambia to have the CIFA project taking place in Zambia. And through the CIFA project, we were able to join forces, that is ourselves from the private sector, the government, the academia, training institutions, and the other stakeholders, where we were taken through the STEED project, which is something that, the STEED method in terms of developing skills. And through that, we were able to actually come up with a national action plan, which, like Ghana said, we needed to know that we had to plan and then see how we could move. And fortunately, through our Employment Code Act number 3 of 2019, there's an establishment of a National Skills Advisory Committee. So we then tasked that National Skills Advisory Committee to come up with a roadmap on how we should develop relevant skills in the country. And so far what we've done is then through the STEED, we're actually introduced to the approach of developing skills based on sectors. And so we zeroed in 4 sectors which are a priority in our national economy, in our 8th national development plan, where there's the mining, the agricultural sector, the tourism, and energy. So that then we can form what we are calling the sector skills advisory bodies to be able to then champion the skills development in those specific sectors. Actually, when I was listening to my colleague from Ghana, I had an opportunity to attend the Africa Skills conference in Ghana, and we found in Ghana that they've actually established a lot of sector skills bodies, and they are still moving on. I think by that time last year, they might have been at 16, and we are targeting to reach 24. So for us in Zambia, we are taking that route, and so far we've established one in the mining sector, and we've had meetings for the agriculture sector. We've had meetings for the energy sector, where we also want to ensure that the sector skills bodies are actually established there in those sectors, which I think the best approach for skills development, because then you have the key stakeholders in each sector, industry, training institutions, academia, and the government coming together, doing a research to see where the skills gaps are, and being able to identify the relevant occupations that are needed in certain sectors, and looking at the skills that each occupation needs to have. So in terms of best practice, I think that this issue of bringing stakeholders together, academia, training institutions, the private sector, the government, to brainstorm and identify the problem and be able to work together is something which is quite very good. Because where we are coming from, this issue of skills anticipation was never talked about. Industry only used to complain about the skills mismatches, but there was no collaboration between industry, training institutions, and all the players. The industry were not coming on board to actually let the other stakeholders know the future skills needs. So through this skills anticipation, we want industry to come out and say, in the next 5 years, these are the skills that we need for the the businesses that we are going to run. And when we have the aspect of skills anticipation, we then are going to have a situation where the curriculum development in all sectors on different occupations is actually going to be tailor-made to those skills needs, which will actually be as a result of the skills anticipation. And so we're still working on making industry really understand the concepts of skills anticipation. How do we make every sector, every company in the sector be able to do some skills anticipations which should feed into the curriculum development? I think that is where we are now, and we think that we are on the right path. I don't know if I've answered your question exhaustively, or you have another question for me.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chibanda. I think you've given very strong arguments, and you've explained very well how you address the issue in Zambia and what progress you have been able to make so far. Sector skills bodies indeed are very present in Ghana as well, and play a very important role now increasingly in other African countries as well. And the partnership approach that you mentioned is so critical to identify and to then interpret as well the findings of these studies. So you've used a term STED. I'm not sure if everyone knows what it is. STED is a methodology called Skills for Trade and Economic Diversification that the ILO has been using in over 30 countries. It's a sectoral skill needs anticipation. And so for the latecomers here in the room, we have launched during this event this new guidance note on skills anticipation with lots of examples and practices from countries like the two we have just heard from Ghana and Zambia, but also more. And it describes the steps and the process that countries have taken to actually arrive at this partnership and at a strengthened skills anticipation and skills intelligence system. So we might still have some time for questions from the floor. Norman, what do you think? Should we open? Yeah? Okay, so are there any questions in the audience here to any of the speakers so far? Yes, please, sir. Please use your microphone in your row.
Thank you very much for the presentation. All of the presentations are educative, and we can also extract experiences to each of our country. My question is the issue of skill mismatch is a very serious activity engagement, and so for example, in our country there were certain studies which have clearly and identified that are serious skill matches, but the issue is the graduates and then the skills that are produced by middle level and higher level are not matching with the skill needed from the labor market. So that aspect is a very serious problem. So we need experience sharing from the project. So if the project anticipates to include other countries as well as including Ethiopia. So if that is the case, we will also be benefited from the entire aspect of the project, and as well as the experience of my friends who are sharing us experience from their what they achieved, what were the challenges, and then how are we going to take it front the entire aspect. So
thank you very much. I think it's your point is very clear, and we'll turn it to the two speakers from the countries. Is there any other question from the floor? Yes, over there. Please kindly keep your remark concise.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you for the panelists. I have a question. The first one is not really very relevant to the matter. My name is Cleophas Katumba from Democratic Republic of Congo. We have noticed that many panelists, the majority actually, they are only from English-speaking countries. And many examples which were brought here are mainly from the country where they speak English. Is it a choice, or maybe it just happened like that? The second question, this is the question relevant to the matter. We look after the feeder road, which are mainly in the rural areas, where the level of skills of people are very low, cannot approach the level required for them to participate in the work we are doing there. There is such a big gap. So we are trying to see how we can close that gap. If there is any example, any policy which was applied in a country where it's worked, that will be very helpful for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. And I can quickly react and reassure you that in this document you will find examples as well from French-speaking countries. So it just happens so that on this panel we only have 2 English-speaking countries. But they were also covered, and I agree there are many interesting examples and experiences from French-speaking countries. Mr. Chibanda, can I turn to you with these 2 questions, the key challenges that you've encountered, and whether you have any solution to propose on the last question to improve access in rural areas of people. And then maybe as well, since I will only turn to you once and then to Mr. Mensah, your one recommendation to countries here present on how to take this issue forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. The issue of access to skills development to the people in the rural areas, I think when we have discussed this, our first phase is to look at the issue of sector-based skills development. Now, when we talk of bringing stakeholders together, especially when we talk about training institutions, we have training institutions that are rural-based. So we have to draw participation from those institutions to come on board. And then when we actually discuss, we are looking at what are the economic activities in those rural areas and what are the skills that are needed. So when this is discussed, it means therefore that the rural person is not left behind. They are equally taken on board. But it's the issue of getting to understand in a particular rural area, what are the economic activities where people's skills must be enhanced, so that we avoid the issue of the rural urban migration, that people can work even in the rural. For instance, let's talk of agriculture. Agriculture is a rural activity in most countries. So if the people in the rural areas can be empowered in terms of agro-management, they can produce crops, a small portion of land can give them good yields. And when they have those good yields, they can sell and they can make money, and the economic status can be actually improved. So that is the one thing we are and in the rural areas. So I think that is the best example that I can give. We have to identify what is good, what are the rural people good at doing, and how can we enhance that by developing or rather giving them the skills so that they can actually be at their level best in terms of producing that which they can produce on their own and put on the market. So on the rural issue, that is my submission. So recommendation. Christine, there's nothing which is more important in terms of recommendation than the issue of collaboration. That we should not work, institutions should not work in isolation. The training institution should know what industry is looking for. The industry should speak to the training institutions. The government should bring everyone on the negotiation table so that together we bake this cake, which will actually yield results for everyone to benefit. So what is critical is to avoid the aspect of working in isolation. Bring unity in the aspect of skills development, and by so doing, we will get somewhere. That's my recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Collaboration as a key recommendation. Mr. Mensah, what would be your key recommendation to countries here? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Christine. If I may add to the collaboration aspect my other colleagues said, what I would like to say is that maybe we can also approach a clear, intentional way of helping, in the sense that if you come to Ghana, for instance, we've realized that the chunk of our employment is in informal sector. How do we reach out to them? So in our ministry, we have a department called Corporate Society Department. The clear objective of this department is to reach out to various occupations and try to mobilize them, okay, in order to form groupings. If you have these groupings, you'll be able to know the clear problems that they have. And with this, you'll be able to help them, because sometimes some of them, bookkeeping even is an issue. And the post-harvest, management is a clear issue. So with this society, we've been able to help these ones to be able to have whatever needed in order to address the issues that are confronting them. So critical intention of reaching out to this sector is crucial. Probably if I may also touch on skills mismatch. Skills mismatch is something that has been said so much, especially in Ghana. But unfortunately, we do not have a data set to back or to support this. So as a ministry, this year, we took it upon ourselves to conduct a survey to be able to have a clear data that could speak to the issue. Indeed, if it is an issue, then we come to the table to iron out what will be the techniques to address that issue. So in order to be able to have clear idea of all this, if you do not have the data set, you could not address the issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good data, outreach to the trade associations and business associations that are out there, and doing the right types of surveys. Ms. Sophia Shipala, we are very honored to have you with us. Ms. Ashipala is the director in the education division here at the African Union Commission. And now the last word is to you. How do you see all of this experience in the context of the AUC's strategies and mission, and what are the messages that you would like the countries here present to take away? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Christina, and to all our panelists who have joined us. Indeed, I'm really much grateful for being part of this conversation, which is on skill anticipation to sustain investment and sector development in Africa. I want to thank the ILO as well as the AUD NEPAT for organizing this side event, and also for this engaging session, our colleague from Ghana, African Development Bank, as well as Zambia for speaking to us on skills this morning. This discussion, I believe, have reaffirmed a critical truth, which is without the right skills, our investment, whether in infrastructure, whether it is in green economy or industrial transformation, cannot deliver their full impact. It is only by aligning skill development with labor market that we can empower our youth, unlock productivity, and achieve the ambition of Agenda 2063. The CIFA projects that Norman has earlier presented on has shown what is possible when you prioritize evidence-based planning, social dialogue, and country ownership. The national experience also, which we heard earlier from Ghana, from Zambia, highlight both the progress which has been made and the ongoing need to build a resilient, responsive, and system that can adapt to shifting economy and technological realities. However, I want us to look ahead, and I would like to underscore really some of the key takeaways. Skill anticipation must be embedded in all levels of planning, from national investment strategy to sector policies. Data system was highlighted earlier, in labor market information must also be strengthened, not as an end in themselves, but as tools to inform smart policy decision and training investment. We spoke about skill mismatch earlier on. On the continental framework, like the continental civet strategy that Norman has highlighted on, also offer an opportunity to harmonize effort and to scale up good practices across member states. So we should really make use of this continental civet strategy within our countries. Collaboration was highlighted, also remain our strongest asset between governments, between partners, between training providers, and also development partners. We need to collaborate more and learn from one another. However, as the African Union Commission, we remain committed to working with all of you to ensure our education and training systems are future ready and they are also inclusive. We need to continue this important dialogue and move from pilot to policy, from planning to implementation and from commitment to impact. Let me thank each one of you really for joining us this morning during this side event on skills. And thank you very much, Christy.
Thank you so much. Could we take one last photo of the panel with the publication before we leave? Should we stand up? Yes.
Christine, since I'm not there to participate in the photo, can you hear me?
Maybe if you put your camera on, maybe we can have you in the background like that. Thank you very much. You were with us in spirits, Mr. Chibanda. Thank you so much again, and have a lovely day. Skills for all.
Thank you.
1, 2. A podium mic, please. Tech room, can you please turn on the podium mic?
Testing. All right, a beautiful day, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to all of you, and welcome to day 2 of the ILO Regional Conference for Labor-Based Practitioners that has been happening here at the historic Nelson Mandela Hall of the African Union Commission at Addis Ababa, the diplomatic capital of our continent, which has been more than privileged and honored to host you all here. It's a very beautiful day today, and we're glad and we welcome you with utmost honor and respect. So just to give a quick recap of day 1 so that we can track our progress as we move along. We started off day 1 yesterday with our vibrant opening ceremony. We began our day with singing the national anthems of Ethiopia and the African Union to pay tribute to our hosts. The energy soared with vibrant traditional Ethiopian performances, and then as a testament to Ethiopia's leadership and global collaboration, we were honored by the presence of His Excellency Taggese Chafo, Speaker of the House of People's Representatives, who vibrantly opened our conference. In addition to that, we had a very compelling remarks from our key partners, including the director of the ILO. So after lunch, after break, we had session 2 that was setting the scene for our week-long discussions. And that was a session moderated by Her Excellency Muferiat Kamil, where we heard Ethiopia's experience, global perspectives of employment-intensive investment approaches, and we also heard about employment programs that are being implemented across the world. After lunch, we had session 3, Building Resilient Communities Through Labor-Based Infrastructure, and it brought a powerful showcase of studies, and that was moderated by Dr. Wushet Jakale Mengesha. So as a highlight of the day, our day concluded yesterday evening with a very vibrant cocktail reception at the beautiful Friendship Park. And that was an opportunity for participants to get to enjoy the evening breeze of Addis and to relax after a long day of serious conversations. Before we begin, we would like to express our immense gratitude to each and every one of you, our co-organizers, sponsors, and the wonderful participants who have made our conference really an amazing one. We started networking opportunities yesterday at the health break, and that continued over at the Friendship Park. Indeed, human interactions, human capital, resilient communities are at the center of our gathering, and that was really a highlight of our day. So today we have embarked on a very crucial discussion. We started off this morning with 2 side events, infrastructure and skills. And we had presentations here. And one thing that remained with me is that those 2 are very interconnected. Without infrastructure, our developmental aspirations will not reach their target. Without a skilled workforce, that infrastructure that we may have will not help us to gain our developmental aspirations. So we started off our day with those 2 very vital side events. And today we're going to focus on another critical topic, and that is striking the balance between labor, technology, and sustainability to drive decent jobs. As we all know, we're in a new world order. The global dynamics are shifting. So today we will focus on the future and what the workforce should look like and adapt to the current world dynamic. A few important reminders as we begin our day. Kindly note that on the coming days, we will be making an important vote to select the 21st host of the ILO Regional Conference. It's going to be a very tough competition, and countries, you're required to make your preparations and to contact our engineer Asfal Kidane from the Secretariat to be able to arrange on how you're going to make your pitch. So that's a very important reminder we have to be vigilant of. Wednesday, tomorrow, will be field visit day for international participants. It is our belief that yesterday we finished registration. I hope all of you were able to register yesterday. So tomorrow we won't be in a panel. Tomorrow we will be walking about, learning what's on the ground, and you're going to be required to report on your field visit. So make sure that you're observative, that you record everything that you observe so that you'll be able, very first session of our day. And before we move on to session 1, on the first day of our conference, action, tangible, meaningful action was highlighted as an important and desired outcome of this conference. So we're pleased to announce to you that ministerial sessions have been happening at the site. And today in the afternoon, the ministers will present the highly anticipated Addis statement, which will be the collective resolve, what we decide on the path forward in this gathering. So that is something we really look forward to today. We're also going to have TED Talk-like presentations as a highlight of our day. Mostly, inspiration gets dimmed through formal presentations, through formalities. So in the TED Talks that we're going to have today, we're going to have our speakers share their inspiration on how decent work should look like around the world, and that will be a very inspiring session. Without further ado, let me now introduce the very first session, session 4, a cornerstone of today's program, and that is titled Striking the Balance Between Labor, Technology, and Sustainability to Drive Decent Jobs. It is my utmost pleasure to now invite our speakers and our distinguished moderator to take their seats here in the panel in front of the gathering to be able to lead this session. Very first, I am pleased to welcome His Excellency Etemgeta Asrat, the State Minister of the Ministry of Urban and Infrastructure. He will be moderating this session. Join me in warmly welcoming His Excellency to take the stage here. You're most welcome, Your Excellency. Following, I am pleased to welcome Mr. Anwar Ouedraogo, the Chief of Human Capital Development Economist at the African Development Bank. He will be setting the context for this vital session. You're most welcome, Mr. Anwar. Following, I am pleased to welcome Mr. Elias and Ms. Amina. Welcome. Following, I am pleased to welcome Professor Zayani Hemais. Please take your stage here in the panel. Following, we welcome Ms. Elisenda Esruk Puertas. Please do take your seat here. And finally, we welcome Engineer Riyad Safi. So these are our distinguished presenters, speakers, who will be the highlights of our very first session today. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, now to introduce this session and why it's very significant, I am pleased to introduce our moderator, His Excellency Etemgeta Asrat. He was one of the key people in organizing this conference, so it is with much honor that I invite him to the stage. He's the State Minister of the Ministry of Urban and Infrastructure of Ethiopia. He has a background of economics from Addis Ababa University. His study of political science and international relations has also greatly enhanced his understanding of political economy and international relations. He has over 18 years of experience and a versatile skill set, and he will enrich this crucial session by leading us as the moderator. Your Excellency, Etim Geta, let me now welcome you to introduce the session. Welcome, Your Excellency, and join us in giving a warm round of applause to His Excellency, one of the key hosts of this conference. You're most welcome.
A very good morning to you, all of you. Distinguished delegates, honored guests, participants, colleagues, I want to say welcome to Addis, welcome to Ethiopia, welcome to the 20th ILO Regional Conference again. Welcome all. I hope you had a very good time yesterday evening. I hope you enjoyed the very good air and all the scenes which was held in the Friendship Park. For those of you I haven't met yet, the MC introduced me. I am Yetimgeta Asrat Maru. I'm State Minister of Infrastructure at the Ministry of Urban and Infrastructure. My background is in economics. I worked for a very long period of time in the road sector, in the infrastructure development particularly. So today it's really my privilege to moderate today's critical session on striking the balance between labor, technology, and sustainability to drive decent jobs, which is one of the key sub-teams under our conference's main theme of resilient communities. And that is changing. There is a rapidly changing world. And because of that, we, the policymakers, the practitioners, the professionals in different sectors, particularly those in the infrastructure development sector, in the employment sector, decent work opportunities, and ensuring environmental sustainability. For Africa, employment opportunity, creating job opportunities for our youth is very critical, while creating employment opportunity for us, it will also be one in the place of the other. We should take them together. We need to make sure that the technology we embrace is complementary with our policies, strategies to promote and create more and decent jobs. So, today we will explore practical solutions to this trilemma between technology, labor or job creation, and sustainability through evidence-based presentations and rich discussions. I'm very honored to have exceptional speakers who will address technology's impact on employment creation, skills development for emerging mega trends, policy frameworks for inclusive growth, regional best practices in youth and women employment. As the format of this session, first we will have a scene-setting keynote, which may take about 20 minutes. Then we will have 6 focused presentations, 2 of them happening before the tea break, and the rest 3 follow after the health break. Then we will have Q&A session and summarizing our session. So I will give the speakers a 2-minute warning before their time concludes, and all presentations will be delivered from this podium. So let me introduce our distinguished presenters. Our keynote speaker will be Mr. Anwar Ouedraogo. Am I pronouncing it well? Very good. Who is Chief Capital Development Economist at African Development Bank, and he will be setting the scene with its technology. I mean, is technology really driving employment, or is technology against creating more employment opportunities, which will be very important. And it examines skills development in Africa amid technological change, climate challenge, and urbanization. So without further ado, please join me in welcoming Mr. Anwar to open our discussion on whether technology is truly driving employment in Africa. Mr. Ouedraogo, please.
All right, let me take a minute. Thank you so much, Your Excellency Yetim Geta Asrat, for introducing the session. Enhances employment or derails it? So we're going to have a continuous session until the health break. So let me also welcome one of our presenters who will be presenting, since we're going to have a smooth session. I'd like to welcome Dr. Fukubayashi Yoshinori. He will be one of the presenters presenting in a TED-style talk. Dr. Fukubayashi Yoshinori, you're most welcome, and to open the session. Welcome, Mr. Anwar.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, Mr. Yetim Geta Asrat, I hope I'm pronouncing well. Distinguished delegates, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. First of all, you know, I was not the one who was supposed to talk on behalf of the African Development Bank. So let me convey the sincere apologies of Dr. Martha Firi, the Director of the Human Capital, Youth and Skills Development Department of the bank, she has traveled to be with us for this conference, but unfortunately she was called for an important board meeting where she will be leading our team to present an important project on skills development and youth employment for Cameroon. So we think that this is also a very important discussion for our board session, and she was called to really lead our team. So I sincerely apologize for that. Let me then give this speech on her behalf. So it is a privilege to speak with you today at the 20th ILO Regional Conference for Labor-Based Practitioners. The theme of this session, striking the balance between the use of labor, technology, and sustainability to drive decent work, is particularly relevant in today's rapidly evolving world. Africa stands at a critical inflection point. The pace of technological change, the climate emergency, and a surging youth population are not challenges to fear investment, but by how boldly we rethink skills and inclusion. That is why I'm honored to speak today, not just as a representative of the African Development Bank, but as a partner in this collective effort to shape a more resilient and equitable future. Youth development is central to our mission at the bank. Decent jobs for young people not only enhance their individual prospects, but also contribute to building resilient communities and a healthy environment. We must prioritize youth employment and entrepreneurship development, ensuring that policies and programs address the specific needs of this vital demographic. The Bank 10-year strategy 2024-2033 underscores the importance of youth in transforming economies through job creation, innovation, and inclusive growth. We believe that creating enough decent jobs to absorb new entrants to the labor force will enable Africa's youth to transform their societies with benefits for the entire global economy. To make relevant skills and employability and productivity in Africa action plan, to build on the success of the Jobs for Youth in Africa strategy, which was approved in 2016 with the objective to support the creation of 25 million jobs for young people and to provide relevant skills to 50 million young people across the continent. A midterm review of our Jobs for Youth in Africa strategy revealed that the bank had invested about 7 billion 1,000 operations expected to support the creation of 19 million jobs, of which 8 million are for women and 9 million are for youth. When we say youth, we use the definition of the African Union, meaning from 15 to 35 years old. Distinguished delegates, honorable guests, the fourth industrial revolution can unlock millions of formal jobs annually in Africa if we act decisively. The African Development Bank views technology as a bridge, not a barrier. For instance, our Coding for Employment program equips youth with 21st century digital and entrepreneurial skills that increase their competitiveness in local and global labor markets. This initiative has trained thousands of young people in Nigeria, Kenya, Senegal, and Cote d'Ivoire, reaching urban and rural communities alike. Its community-based model demonstrates our commitment to digitally empowering Africa's next generation, especially young women. Coming back to our strategy, our skills for employability and productivity in Africa action plan, we approved from 2022 to 2024, we approved 15 operations aiming to build skills development, focusing mainly on technical and vocational education and training, and higher education, the science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. These operations represent an investment of $2.6 billion in 3 years for education and skills development in the continent. At least 266 vocational and higher education institutions will be constructed or upgraded and equipped, including ICT infrastructures. Additionally, 42 new open distance and e-learning centers will be supported. We also recognize the need for enabling policy and institutional frameworks. 16 of these operations include studies aimed at improving policy environment for skills development in Africa. Technology skills are especially central to the bank's approach. For example, in Rwanda, we founded the Center of Excellence for Aviation Skills, which will train over 3,000 professionals in pilot training, engineering, and ground operations. Distinguished delegates, honorable guests, private sector engagement is not a side conversation. It is a precondition for relevance and scale. For example, our project to support skills development for youth employment in priority sector in Benin, approved last year for 82 million euros, places the private sector at the center of curriculum development, training institutions governance, and incubator design and management. At completion, this project will directly benefit at least 6,000 youth and build the capacity of more than 280 training professionals. This model shows that what happens when industry doesn't just advise but leads. In summary, Africa is not starting from scratch. We are starting from strength. But to meet this momentum, we must act with clarity, courage, and coordination. We need systems that don't just react, but anticipate. We need policies that don't just promise, but deliver. And most of all, we need partnerships that don't just meet today's needs, but build tomorrow's capacity. At the African Development Bank, we are not just financing programs, we are investing in people. Let's rise this challenge together and shape a future where every young African has the skills, the tools, and the opportunity to grow. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Anwar, for that insightful speech and scene setting. We are very grateful. So our first presenter will be, we'll be making a little bit of switch or adjustment in the presentation order. So the first presenter will be Mr. Ali Jamal. He will be talking on the Employment Intensive Investment Program approach for regional balance. To introduce Mr. Ali Jamal, Mr. Ali Jamal, born in Nefaz, Tunisia, has a basic training as a general engineer and trainer in the field of water and forestry, graduating from the National Forestry Engineering School in Morocco. Currently, he is the director of the Agricultural Vocational Training Center in the Renewable forestry sector, which is a labor-based training institution. His professional background ranges from administrative and financial management to technical expertise, including director of Tibar Agricultural High School in cattle breeding, director of the Horticulture Training Center in Tekesla, subject matter specialist in fruit growing and forestry, and an elected member of the executive committee of the General Collaboration Agreement between institutions practicing the labor-intensive approach in Africa. Mr. Jamal, the floor is yours. Our apologies, Mr. Moderator. Please give us 1 minute. We have a quick announcement to make. Maybe I could just do it right away. Don't bother, Tabitha. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to apologize for the interruption. We would like to request all ministers and representatives of ministers to head out for the side session, for the ministerial session on the 3rd floor now, please. I hope that's very clear. So, Sarah, please proceed. My apologies. Continue, please.
So all ministers, representatives of ministers, please proceed to the ministerial session if any one of you are here. Thank you.
Mesdames, Mesdemoiselles, Messieurs, bonjour à toutes et à tous. Avant de commencer ma présentation, je voudrais remercier infiniment l'organisateur de cet événement de travail acharné et de leur dévouement. Merci de nous offrir cette plateforme d'échange pour partager nos expériences. Je voudrais également remercier chacun d'entre vous présents ici. Votre présence et votre intérêt sont essentiels pour enrichir nos travaux. Sans plus tarder, je vais vous présenter un article qui a été retenu par le comité organisateur. L'article, c'est un effort de nos collègues du Bureau international du travail, M. Monam El-Khmissi, coordinateur national du projet IPDLI, M. Jed Boubakar, le point focal du Bureau international du travail à Tunis, M. Monjej Jaïd, le directeur général de l'Agence de la vulgarisation de la formation agricole, c'est la direction du TITEL, et M. Khmaïs Zayani, normalement c'est l'auteur correspondant mais elle a signalé son absence parce que, pour des raisons privées. Elle est absente aujourd'hui avec nous, mais présent par son encouragement et son soutien. Je vais présenter l'article intitulé, s'il vous plaît, l'article intitulé « L'approche EMO à le secours de l'équilibre régional et du développement régional ». C'est un sujet crucial qui touche à la fois le développement humain en Tunisie et le déséquilibre régional. Nous allons explorer comment ces enjeux ont façonné le contexte socio-économique de la Tunisie et comment, à travers des initiatives concrètes sont réalisées, on peut remédier. Voilà. Deuxième slide. Donc la Tunisie, comme vous savez tous, c'est un pays situé au nord de la Tunisie, au nord de l'Afrique. C'est un pays sous climat méditerranéen, confronté avec des changements climatiques, des équilibres régionaux, des chômages de jeunes et surtout le déploiement de l'enseignement supérieur. La Tunisie a un potentiel agricole considérable. L'agriculture tunisienne demeure un secteur clé dans l'économie tunisienne avec des productions phares, surtout l'huile d'olive. Vous connaissez que la Tunisie, c'est parmi les 3 premiers pays qui exportent l'huile d'olive, avec des productions de céréales, des légumes et autres productions. L'agriculture tunisienne contribue à 9,5% de PIB de la Tunisie. Avec un emploi, il emploie 14% de la population active dans l'agriculture. Dès son indépendance, la Tunisie a misé beaucoup sur la démocratisation de l'éducation, de la santé et des genres, le gender. À travers la nouvelle constitution qui promulgue ou qui stipule dans certains articles le droit de l'enseignement gratuit avec une obligation de l'enseignement jusqu'à l'âge de 16 ans. Le code personnel, statut personnel, interdit la polygamie en Tunisie. Le planning familial en Tunisie est déterminant, surtout qu'on est vers le 1% de la croissance démographique. Le contexte économique a été marqué par une contraction à la croissance économique. Donc, il y a des franges sociales, larges franges sociales vulnérables qui sont en train de souffrir. Mais la Tunisie a chiffré en 2021 un indice de développement humain de l'ordre de 0,73. La considère comme un pays de développement humain fort, mais en réalité cache des disparités significatives, surtout que le taux de pauvreté dans le nord-ouest de la Tunisie atteint les 28%. Au centre de la Tunisie, c'est environ 30%. Par contre, à Tunis, capitale, au Grand Tunis, c'est de l'ordre de 5,3%. Cet déséquilibre, couplé certainement avec le chômage, c'est des facteurs détonateurs de la révolution tunisienne en 2011. Devant ces enjeux, il y a des solutions qu'il fallait prendre. L'Organisation internationale du travail, à travers le Bureau international du travail à Tunis, a lancé un projet qui s'appelle IPDLI, dont mon collègue a parlé hier. Donc ce projet vise à soutenir la décentralisation, à créer une dynamique économique territoriale durable et promouvoir l'emploi décent par l'approche IMO. Et dans les initiatives phares de l'approche IMO, c'est l'implantation au centre de formation dont je suis le directeur de ce centre de formation en foresterie. Donc, comme vous savez, la Tunisie, le découpage territorial potentiel et le choix des zones d'intervention selon les critères de pauvreté, selon les critères de taux d'analphabétisme, décrochage sous-scolaire, le faible taux d'investissement et des zones à vocation forestière. Donc, le choix s'est limité à deux zones. Les zones le gouvernorat de Gendobage de la Tunisie s'est fait en district avec une même potentiel, ouverture aux côtes et à l'intérieur du pays. Considérable. Il y a plein forêt. C'est considéré comme le château d'eau en Tunisie. Il y a 4 grands barrages. C'est une région là où l'écotourisme est développé et il y a certainement des sites archéologiques tels que Blerige. Le gouvernorat de Kasserine, toujours aussi, il y a un potentiel agricole, il y a des forêts. Le point le plus culminant, c'est le Jebel Chab à 1544 mètres. Il y a des sites archéologiques aussi. Il y a une pauvreté extrême au gouvernorat de Kasserine. Donc, il y a des ressources non valorisées, telles que la nappe alphytière. Donc, comme je vous ai dit, l'approche IMO, c'est la première fois qu'il a été implanté en Tunisie à travers les centres de formation RIMEL. C'est un centre de formation qui fait partie de l'Agence de la vulgarisation de la formation agricole, sous tutelle bien sûr le ministère de l'Agriculture. Donc, elle rend le service formation et vulgarisation des jeunes et des agriculteurs. C'est bien sûr une formation purement pratique. Les jeunes auront par la suite un diplôme pour entrer dans la vie professionnelle. La mise en œuvre du projet, c'est une concertation faite le Bureau international du travail avec tous les acteurs potentiels dans la région et il y a une charte par la suite, c'est de prioriser les besoins. Donc, il y a les besoins de la formation et de la qualification des jeunes surtout qui habitent dans des régions purement forestières. C'est pour avoir une qualification dans le domaine des activités pour s'éloigner et pour prester le service formation sur place, bien sûr avec un réseautage en 3 sessions de formation lancées dans le domaine des activités forestières, avec bien sûr des méthodes innovantes, mind mapping et une pédagogie active. Le programme de formation est conçu de façon que l'apprenant devient opérationnel après qu'il quitte l'établissement. Donc un modèle, le programme c'est de l'ordre de 400 heures, conçu de façon qu'il y a une reconnaissance du potentiel végétal qui existe dans la région, potentiel des ressources naturelles. Comment multiplier ces espèces, comment valoriser et exploiter rationnellement ces espèces. Donc, voilà les gens qui sont en train de faire des travaux pratiques de l'exploitation des arbres avec bien sûr le ramassage de biomasse. Le résultat, c'est une inversion du mouvement de l'exode rural. Comme vous savez, les jeunes pensent que l'immigration clandestine et l'exode rural sont des solutions pour leur situation précaire. Donc, il y a des gens qui, les bénéficiaires de la formation, sont revenus à leur territoire. Donc, c'est une fixation des gens sur place, c'est l'ancrage territorial des gens là. Il y a par la suite, après avoir eu la formation, il y a des créations de petites entreprises qui ont l'avantage d'accéder aux avantages de l'État, tels que les subventions, tels que l'exonération, et ainsi de suite. Bien sûr, avec mutualisation des moyens, le fait d'être regroupé dans une structure professionnelle, GDH, c'est Groupement de développement agricole, ou SMSA, Structure mutuelle des services agricoles, ces gens étaient encouragés par les bureaux. Ils mettent à leur disposition les moyens tels que les tronçonneuses, les moyens de sécurité, et ainsi de suite. Donc, il y a des enclavements des zones rurales et inclusion sociale. Aussi, comme vous savez, il y a l'été, il y a le phénomène de l'incendie. Les gens qui ont une formation seront capables d'intervenir. Auparavant, ils regardent l'arbre et le fait continuer à se propager, et lui regarde. Mais maintenant, c'est lui le premier qui intervient. Au total, le nombre de bénéficiaires, c'est 32, dont des filles. C'est considéré comme un métier difficile, la foresterie, mais les deux filles sont déjà subi une formation et maintenant ils lancent leur propre projet. Comme impact social, impact institutionnel et perspective, il y a une nouvelle dynamique locale, le fait de création de l'emploi, donc un lobbying pour promulguer le code forestier dont actuellement ne répond pas aux besoins de la population riveraine qui habite la forêt. Donc c'est une approche de cogestion.
You have 2 minutes to conclude.
2 minutes. C'est une approche de cogestion. Comme perspective, c'est positionnement des centres de formation REMEL dans le domaine émotionnel, combinant la formation, le partenariat, l'innovation locale et les dimensions territoriales. À travers la formation qualification des formateurs, intégrer les services autochtones et écologiques, lancer des chantiers écoles, créer des partenariats et des réseautages entre les institutions et faire le lobbying et avoir une certification sur les techniques EMO. Ça, je pense, c'est le résumé le plan d'action qu'on a présenté en tant que comité de ravitaillement de l'approche de l'accord de collaboration entre les institutions EMO en Afrique. Donc, c'est validé par l'OIT. Notre présence, ça entre dedans. Donc, pour conclure, le projet pilote réussit dans les zones marginalisées. Généralement, il y a une réponse des objectifs de développement durable, du moins le 1, le 2, le 4 et le 8. Pour finir, je termine par une citation d'un philosophe français qui dit « Rien ne prédispose au conformisme que le manque de formation ». Et merci pour votre attention.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jamil. Our next speaker will be Ms. Lilian Ndinda, and she will be speaking on sustainable utilization of Prosopis julifora for green jobs in Kenya. Ms. Lilian, she's a national program coordinator of Prospects program at the International Labour Organization. She has over 15 years experience as a development practitioner working on sustainable livelihoods and social economic inclusion, and is currently working on promoting decent work and social inclusion for refugees and host communities in Kenya. She had developed and managed projects in both rural and urban areas, and is practically experienced in women empowerment. She's particularly experienced in women empowerment, programming for employment creation, market systems, and value chains development. Lilian is currently leading economic inclusion in ILO Prospects program in Kenya, including the Employment Intensive Investment Program workstream, where ILO is supporting government to find innovative local solutions to the management of invasive species using labor-based approach and create green value chains. She is a champion of women voices and is a staunch advocate of women inclusion in social, economic, and political space.
Good morning. My name is Lilian Ndinda, half of a refugee inclusion program implemented in 8 countries across the world, but the case study we are presenting is for Kenya. And I would like to make a special mention of our partners, starting with the government of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, who have supported this work, and the Kenya Forest Research Institute, who lead our implementation on this work. Let me also acknowledge the county governments of Garissa, county government of Tana River, and the county government of Turkana, who are the local governments who have partnered with us to implement the program on the ground. Let me also acknowledge the Garissa University, who are leading in research on ways of utilizing the invasive species Prosopis for local communities, and also the community associations and private sector who are engaged in this program for different interventions. Is someone moving the slides? No, we have a clicker. Okay. Okay, thank you. So, like I said, the program is named Sustainable Utilization of Prosopis julifora as a pathway to green jobs creation and livelihood enhancement. Prosopis is an invasive tree species commonly found in many regions of Kenya. It was introduced for carbon desertification, but with time it took over most of the land, thus affecting the grazing lands and the agricultural lands. So this is what has necessitated the need to manage it so that the competition for land with communities then can be reduced. The program aimed at transforming Prosopis into an asset and an opportunity for local communities by promoting sustainable utilization. Just to say that the government of Kenya has a national Prosopis management strategy which encourages utilization, managing the plant by utilizing it through different ways so that it coexists with communities, balancing both. The approach that we have used for this program, we identified key sites where the implementation has taken place, and we used the EIP approach. I will not emphasize on it because it's been spoken about a lot in this podium, but just to highlight, it's an approach based on using local resources to deliver infrastructure or community assets, and introducing labor-based works in managing of environmental issues. In this case, management of the invasive species in the affected areas. Our main intervention has mainly focused on mechanical removal of the prosopis. I don't know if many of you know how a prosopis invested forest looks like, but it gets really thick with trees such that you are not able to use that land for anything else, neither can livestock go through the land. So we encourage communities to remove it from the productive lands that are to be used for other productive work like agriculture, mechanically or using basic equipment. And the balance is that if you use full equipment, then you can remove an acre and some low-level mechanized tools to remove it, and you will create opportunities for earning an income for the community for weeks or even months. And at the same time, the ownership by the community will be better when they have been engaged in the removal of the prosopis. So that's the approach we use because the project is implemented in. So we are using this to demonstrate what is possible with EIP approaches, but also to get communities engaged in finding solutions for the challenges that they face. So out of the intervention, there has been the removal, and when the communities have removed the prosopis, they have gone ahead and replaced that land with food crops, with fruit crops, or with agroforestry. So it's a benefit to the community, both in terms of economics, being able to sell, but also to sustain their livelihoods. They have also, we also introduced under this program modern ways of producing charcoal from the invasive species. So when they cut it from the forests, they are also able to use quicker and cleaner, more efficient charcoal and briquette production ways and such. So giving opportunity for young people to earn an income, but also providing fuel solutions to the communities. You will not be able to read this framework, but it emphasizes the different kinds of interventions that we have had, targeting both youth and having women included, resulting into the removal of the prosopis, value addition, whether it's for the charcoal fuel, also for the for value-added products like the animal feeds. A part of the prosopis tree, the pods are used to make animal feed because they are high in protein content. And so these are some of the products we have jointly with our research partners introduced to communities to pursue as economic activities in their daily businesses. The green jobs and income generation has resulted to creation of up to 2,485 jobs over the last over 6 months. And the jobs range from the young people who are engaged in the farmlands to remove it, others who are engaged in replacing and restoring the land where the prosopis has been removed, to young people who are doing value addition, whether it's for the animal feed or the charcoal, the improved charcoal and briquette production, to also youth who are converting the wood from the prosopis into construction wood. and also some furniture for some areas. So there has been a couple of job streams cropping from the sector, and there has been also increased incomes in the communities out of these interventions, from the household level to the associations and cooperatives that have been formed. I have already mentioned that, but yeah, that gives more statistics on the kind of production that communities have experienced. We have had private sector innovators also buying into the production and developing products that are now certified by the Kenyan Bureau of Standards for market access in local markets. Let me go to the slide on the lessons learned and the key takeaways for us as partners who have implemented this project. And one key success factor to this program has been the community buy-in, having the community drive the change that we are promoting, management of the environment, and as well as realizing economic benefits, and also utilizing available research to develop products that then give enterprise pathways for private sector who are involved in the program, and a strong component about policy engagement. Like I've mentioned, the government of Kenya, we worked with them to pass a national prosopis management strategy, which is the anchor to the work that we are doing. Some of the challenges that we have experienced as we worked is also the limited access to equipment at the community level, because we demonstrated what is possible, but communities realized that with even more equipment, with more technology, they could expand the program much more than it has been. And also a core one has been the negative perceptions around the tree itself, that prosopis is taking the community land, the farmlands, and so the original initial idea was that it should be removed from the communities. But remember, it was introduced to curb desertification. So if a total removal, which is quite expensive and almost impossible, would then revert the land back to desert, which is not the outcome we are looking for. So those have been the key lessons that we have had. Our conclusion is mainly around promoting restoration of the environment and demonstrating economic benefits for communities anchored on community-driven and participatory interventions that result into benefits both ways. But bearing that communities social protection to protect them from any shocks that we are working with promoting. And lastly, promoting self-organization, whether it's in associations or cooperatives, ensuring that the communities participating in the program have a voice to be heard and represented in decision-making spaces in their communities. Lastly, for sustainability, it's the engagement with private government and continuous research and innovation to provide more technologies that can support the management. Skilling, ensuring that communities access skills through the local TVET structures to be able to participate in the value chains that have been created, supporting the local enterprises that grow from the intervention so that they have access to their businesses. And finally, linking all that to social protection so that they can secure the gains that they acquire over time as they conserve the environment and promote economic inclusion even at the community level. I want to donate my last minutes to a video that's like 3 minutes So if you could project it to just emphasize on what I've said.
Actually, you almost consumed the minutes you have, but let it be. Okay, let's continue.
Thank you.
Let's watch the video.
All right.
Thank you so much, Lilian. We can watch the video.
Prosopis juliflora. These include charcoal, animal feed, while reducing the invasive species footprints. Additionally, modern tools and techniques such as charcoal kilns and animal feed processing machines have enhanced the quality and marketability of these products.
What we have here with us is a shaft cutter that is being used to grind the pods. This is the pod before it has been grinded. And then after grinding the pod, we come up with this powder. This is the powder. And then after we come up with this powder, we automatically mix with other ingredients. And then finally, we come up with now our final product, formulated Madege Maisha Animal Feed. Madege Maisha Company Limited is a company that deals with prosopis products. Basically what we do, we utilize the pods part of the prosopis and we come up with animal feed. Our animal feed is called Madege Maisha Animal Feed, and we actually have been able to produce this animal feed because of the trainings that we have undergone with the help of Carefree through a project that has been funded by ILO, and we have gone through trainings by Kirdi, and I must say that I'm a beneficiary of that project. We have a large market because we are living in a community whereby the people who are living here are pastoralists.
In Bura East, the Charcoal Producers Association has helped youth engage in clearing prosopis for charcoal production. This has provided them with employment opportunities, enterprises establishment, reducing the risk of radicalization and fostering social stability. Mr. Muhammad Ibar, the association's chairman, expresses gratitude for the donors' support in creating jobs and empowering youth in the region.
Sisi kama kundi, hii miradi tangu ikuje, tumeona hii miradi imetufaa, sababu Madenge tulikuwa tunaonelea kwanza ni janga. Hapa kwetu mara ya kwanza tulikuwa tunaona Madenge haina manufaa yoyote. Lakini baadaye wakati tumefanya utafiti sisi wenyewe tumeonelea kuwa miti ni miti muhimu sana. Nafikiri katika hii miradi vile tumefadhiliwa, sisi wenyewe tunapata kazi, tunapata mapato, tunasarisha makaa ambaye haikatiki, ni sustainable charcoal production. Pia tangu tuanze hii miradi, wakina mama pia wapata urahisi ya kufikia kuni. Sababu ile Madenge ambapo ilikuwa ni msitu, wakati tumekatakata, kuna zingine ambapo inakuwa matumizi kwa wakina mama, wanatumia kwa njia rahisi. Tumepata makaa, tumepata pesa, tumepata lisho kwa wafugo. Katika hii kundi, kila mtu anakuanga na kazi yake rasmi. Wanaume wako na ile kazi yao ya kukata, na wakina mama wakati wanaume wamekata na wamepanga miti na wamezalisha makaa, wao kazi yao kubwa ni ile harakati ya kurokota zile makaa na kuweka kwa magunia, kufanya ile packaging. Hiyo ndio kazi kubwa ya wakina mama.
Thank you so much again for that. Our next speaker, the fourth speaker and the last one before we break for tea or coffee, will be Dr. Fukabayashi Yoshinori. He will be speaking on reducing road disasters caused by expansive soils in Ethiopia. To give you a brief bio of Dr. Yoshinori, he is a PhD He is an associate professor at the University of Miyazaki, Japan. He received his Master of Engineering from Kyoto University in Japan in 1998 and subsequently worked as an engineer at a construction company in Japan for 7 years. In 2007, he earned his PhD from Kyoto University. He then co-founded the international NGO and has since worked as a practicing engineer, applying and expanding his research on rural infrastructure improvement using a local resource-based approach in 16 countries over a span of 15 years. In 2018, he began his academic career at the University of Miyazaki. His main research interests include base course reinforcement using locally available geotextiles and stabilization of expansive soils. Dr. Yoshinori, the floor is yours.
Thank you. His Excellency Dr. El-Gojo Tesfaye, distinguished speakers and the participants, good morning. And it is very great honor to be here for me, having the presentation, the 20th ILO Labor-Based Practitioner Seminar. This is my presentation title, and as Chairman introduced me, my name is Yoshinori Fukubayashi. I'm working for the university in Japan, and also I'm working as a practitioner since I'm belonging to the international NGO, working with communities in Africa or the other developing countries to improve rural access roads with them. I have experience working as a practitioner in Africa, but now I moved to my career to the academic area. So I'd like to introduce the one interdisciplinary partnership research program now today. So actually several times, actually this is the second time. Through our activities of NGO, it's also the second time for the presentations at the ILO regional seminar. 2023, it's the last time for this international labor-based regional seminar held in Rwanda. So let me start my presentation to introduce the research program. We worked on the road with the developing countries in Africa. Sometimes we faced the big problem, which is the cost with the expansive soil. So here we did some international collaboration research program to develop the soil additives for labor-based technology. Get wet, it swelling, and it loses the bearing capacity or shear strength of the soil. But once it hot and dried, it becomes very firm and very difficult to mix with the additives or the mixing and form the shape of the subgrade as the camber shape. So we want to tackle this problem through some innovation. Here I show the one video, the cow, the struggling across this stream. This is the soaked condition of the soil, but because of the characteristics of the swelling soil, the expansive soil, they are very struggling because it loosens the shear strength and the bearing capacity. So the legs go deeper and difficult to walk through this part. So conventionally, when the road we encountered to the expansive soil, we do the two options. One is the stabilizing using hydrated lime or the quick lime or cement. The other one we replace with the 1 meter thickness of the subgrade from the road surface with the good material. But it is really costly for the local community, rural communities. Those options are not practical. So we have some idea, come to the idea to utilize the plant-based additives, cellulose-based additives, which is very locally available. But we don't know how it works to stabilize the expansive soil. So we need the innovations, and we started this research program. So this is the title of the project. And this is under the scheme of the SATOREX. It is one of the Japanese government scheme administered and financially supported by Japan Society for Science and Technology and the Japan International Cooperation Agencies. This project has some acronym, the name of the project, which is MANGAT. I hope some of the Ethiopian people participants are noticed. The meaning is the road in Amharic, but its naming stands for Managing Networking for Global Local Development. So Ethiopian government and the Japanese government working together to implement this program. The actual researchers come from some Japanese university, Jinka University, and Ethiopia Road Authority. So this program have the three components. One is the geotechnical engineering approach. We need to stabilize the expansive soil to bear the traffic load. So we do some research activities in taking approach for geotechnical engineering. Second one is the applied agriculture. We look at the local resources, and here we focusing on the original or the plant. So we have to be careful to approach such material. Some agriculture products might be necessary for the community people's life, but we are targeting the byproduct. But we need to know the social customs and their environmental matters. So we involve the researchers in background of the agriculture engineering and also the social science experts. The third one, this is not for the engineer. Here, we are talking about LBT, the community support. So we hoping this method will be utilized by the community people to change their road situations by themselves to get the better access to the market or the other the social services. So these three components, the combinations, and that's why I'm saying this is an interdisciplinary approach to do the research, to develop the soil additive for LBT. Yeah, this is the photos showing each activities under the component. The component one for engineering approach, so in the laboratory, we collected the sample from the field and we mix things and we applied several series of the experiments to know the performance of the such stabilized soil. Second one, we did the field work to visit the several farm area to look for the and we utilize the local technique to process the such plants to be the powder or the good shape with the fiber to stabilize the expansive soil. The third one, it's the social approach that we involve the communities to implement this type of the program. So this is the interdisciplinary research program. By the way, I'm here to promote this approach of the program. And we did the research for 5 years, since 2019 to this year in Ethiopia. It's not yet concluded, but I want to do the similar project in the other countries. So I'm here to promote this interdisciplinary research approach. Let me talk about this research program. This is under the component one. Actually, my background was for geotechnical engineering, so I'm focusing on the component one. We selected several types of the material from the plant, and we changed the mixing ratio, and we mixed accordingly, and we checked the performance of each stabilized material. And we still need to utilize the lime. Yeah. We firstly starting to utilize to develop the material or stabilizers, replacing the conventional one. But we noticed by just mixing with the plant, it is very difficult to cater the traffic load. But if we take the hybrid versions, we can reduce the required volume of the lime. So this might be one of the advantages to use this locally available material. So we selected these plant additives, and we processed, and we did several series of experiments. So this is one of the results. We calculated the allowable bearing capacity, targeting to the photon trucks because we're focusing on the low volume road and we are focusing on the community road. Sometimes it's unclassified road. So we set the traffic maybe around the photon trucks. So accordingly, we measure we set the target bearing capacity of the road, and we compare to the stabilized soils bearing capacity through the one of the series of the experiment. So we can see some 5% or 10% additive mixture can reach to this strength. But if you mix too much, it's getting less cohesive and it's getting the weaker. So we should set indexes. It's a very worldwide to see how we can reach this value. If you just mix only the lime, it's still not reachable because we set the original moisture content of the cotton soil with the higher moisture content material. So we found even 4% lime didn't reach to the 5 of the CBR value. But if you reduce to the 2% lime and add the 10% sugarcane bagasse or NSAID, you can reach to the CBR value 5. So we can say some of the percentage of the lime can be replaced with the much cheaper and locally available raw material, that is the plant-based additives. So not only the work in the laboratory, we go to the field and we did actual demonstrations with the community people. One of the advantages of this additive, cellulose-based additive, is to reduce the cracking when it dried. So we found this effect, and we need to improve this effect by using this test. We insert the moisture sensor, 100 depth and 300 depth, and we also monitor the precipitations, and we check the movement or fluctuation of the moisture under the ground. When you stabilize with the cellulose-based additives, even it rained, the moisture sensor at the 300 millimeter depth hasn't changed much. Here you can see the red thick line. This is the installed at the 300 meter depth, but though it rained, it hasn't changed much, meaning not much crack is occurred. So the water cannot penetrate to the depth. So reduce the cracking is one of the advantages to mixing this material. We found this. So, and also we check the mechanism as shown in this diagram. We do the morphological analysis as well, and we can say that this, this shape, without or untreated one, we form the thick and the deeper cracking. But once you mix with the cellulose-based additive, the thickness, number, and the depth, it can be reduced. So we can avoid the fluctuation of the shear strength under the ground of the subgrade. So this is the mechanism. Because of that, fiber from the cellulose base can interact at the soil each other. So it's also one of the contributions of the strength of the shear strength. Actually, this scenario or the strategy to deal with the expansive soil is not new. The ERA, Ethiopia Road Authority, has this kind of the low volume road design manual to avoid the fluctuation of the moisture underground subgrade. It's one of the scenario to deal with the expansive soil. So we follow this way by mixing with the cellulose-based additive coming from the plant or byproduct of the agriculture. Communicate with the Kebele leaders, and we involve the due to the black cotton soil, expansive soil, community cannot pass to go to the. So this is the major outcomes. We can say by using the plant-based additive, cellulose-based additive coming from the local plant, can stabilize expansive soil. One of the important influence is the water absorption and the interlocking of the grains.
You will have 2 minutes to conclude.
Thank you very much. And here we are now. Yeah. So as I want to say, this locally available material can be utilized, the stabilizing expansive soil. But still, we need more research, and also cost analysis needed to be implemented more. So this is the last one. This is the situation how we work with the Ethiopian researchers and the communities through the collaboration between Japanese government and the Ethiopian government. And this is the innovation for LBT through the research partnership. So I won't promote this similar project in the other countries or your countries. That's all. Thank you very much for the chance.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Ishinori. This marks the end of the presentations before the break. So now we'll have a 30-minute health break, but because we are already running about 10 minutes behind the schedule, let us come back here in time so that we'll avoid any further delays before lunch. So all of us, let's come back here by 20 to 12. Thank you.
Salama. No. Introduce. Thank you so much for giving the time. Thank you for this support. Thank you, God, for this support. Okay.
Dès la conception, dès la planification du projet jusqu'à la réalisation et la mise en place des différentes composantes du projet. Tout d'abord, ce projet a été initié dans un plan qu'on l'appelle plan au cours de l'élaboration du plan de développement local de la commune Hamem Bourguiba. En fait, dans la Tunisie, avec la décentralisation, donc toute commune est appelée à réaliser et élaborer un plan de développement local qui se base sur l'identification des projets qui répondent aux attentes des citoyens et de définir en collaboration avec les citoyens dans une approche participative et inclusive qui implique non seulement les acteurs locaux, régionaux et aussi les institutionnels, que aussi la société civile et le secteur privé et aussi principalement la population rurale pour identifier les projets et les attentes des citoyens. Par la suite, donc, il y a définition aussi et identification des critères de priorisation. Suite à ces critères-là, donc ce projet a été priorisé par la commune pour être réalisé auprès des citoyens. Vu son mandat, l'OIT, en 2019, donc elle vient d'appuyer le processus de la décentralisation. Donc, à travers le projet Initiative pilote pour un développement local intégré, IPDLI, a intervenu pour mettre en place ce projet en tant que maître d'ouvrage délégué pour la commune. Ça, c'est le contexte de la mise en place de ce projet et la réalisation qui a été faite par le BIT. Les objectifs de l'intervention étaient principalement le désenclavement du village et connecter les logements au réseau routier, développer l'écosystème économique du village pour y dynamiser et générer des activités génératrices de revenus pour les habitants et améliorer leurs moyens de subsistance. D'autres objectifs aussi, c'est garantir l'approvisionnement en eau potable pour les ménages à partir des sources naturelles existantes et prévoir la gestion adéquate des eaux usées pour préserver l'écosystème forestier et réduire les risques sanitaires, en particulier les risques de contamination de la nappe et les impacts négatifs sur la faune et la flore. Donc ça, c'est les objectifs spécifiques de l'intervention. Pour actuellement, donc l'approche, donc éventuellement, on s'est inspiré de l'approche IMO pour la mise en place de l'intervention, de la totalité des interventions prévues et de ce projet, via l'emploi de la main-d'œuvre locale et l'exploitation des ressources locales de la région, bien sûr en faisant recours aux PME locales, en faisant recours aussi aux gisements et aux carrières de la région, tout ce qui est approvisionnement en matériaux pour la construction, voir aussi l'utilisation de quelques matériaux comme les déblais de curage des rivières pour l'assise de la chaussée pour les pistes. Tout ça, c'est dans l'objectif de maximiser la création d'emplois éventuellement, dynamiser l'économie locale et renforcer les compétences des travailleurs et des habitants. Cette approche inclusive, donc tout au long du processus, donc il y a eu une contribution active de plusieurs partenaires institutionnels techniques dans la mise en place de ce projet, les services déconcentrés de l'État, soit chargés de l'agriculture, les travaux publics, tourisme, donc tous les acteurs sont presque actifs. La mise en place a été aussi entamée par un diagnostic assez territorial, assez approfondi à travers des enquêtes de ménage socio-économique de base, à travers des études techniques, à travers aussi des diagnostics au niveau des matériaux, des études techniques, de faisabilité, de viabilité économique, financière aussi, et de durabilité environnementale. La valorisation aussi des potentiels locaux, donc c'est à travers la promotion des travaux forestiers, vu que les traditionnels, l'écotourisme local. Un troisième élément dans la démarche, c'est la mobilisation active des fonds. Donc, parce que si on va voir le projet dans sa totalité, le budget et le coût alloué pour la réalisation de toutes les composantes, c'est un budget assez important. Mais vu le montage et le schéma financier, donc on a pu aussi avoir une contribution active de la part du secteur public et privé de l'ordre de 67% du budget global, soit à peu près 1 million de dollars. De même, il y a eu le renforcement des capacités locales à travers l'apprentissage sur l'État, les chantiers écoles et éventuellement le processus de validation d'apprentissage via et par les structures de l'État. Tout ça a été accompagné par la protection de l'environnement et la résilience climatique. Vu le contexte de ce village, donc les promotions d'une économie circulaire et respectueuse de l'environnement, minimisant l'impact écologique, vu l'optimisation d'abattage des arbres pour l'assainissement au niveau des logements. De même, donc, pour faire tout ça, donc, on ne peut pas faire tous ces composants sans omission de la partie qui concerne le suivi, l'évaluation et les ajustements au cours de ce projet à travers la mise en place et la conception d'un système de suivi d'évaluation sur mesure pour tout ce qui est création et génération des indicateurs, soit de performance, soit les indicateurs de résultats. Et à ce niveau-là aussi, on a pu faire, même pour suivre les chantiers, donc digitalisation d'un journal de chantier pour suivre l'évolution et la production au niveau des chantiers de construction. Maintenant, si on va voir les composantes de ce projet, Donc, ce projet, c'est un projet intégré, avec un montage basé sur l'intégrité et la complémentarité des interventions. On va commencer par marquer sur le slide, donc il y a la piste dans la forêt, donc l'aménagement de 1,7 km de piste forestière principale, l'aménagement aussi de 1 km, presque 1 km d'antenne secondaire pour relier les ménages isolés et dispersés. Il y a eu construction aussi de 10 ouvrages hydrauliques et 900 mètres cubes de protection en gabion, construction de 1,5 ouvrages de drainage des eaux pluviales, mise en place de 6 points lumineux photovoltaïques, tout ça à travers aussi les PME locales et l'utilisation des matériaux à travers les carrières de la région. L'adduction en eau potable, comme je viens de le dire tout à l'heure, donc il y a un problème au niveau d'adduction de l'eau potable, donc on a pu aménager la source d'eau principale et l'installation d'un réseau d'adduction en eau potable pour les logements de ce village. Un deuxième élément, c'est l'aménagement d'une station d'épuration écologique et valorisation des eaux non conventionnelles à travers le traitement tertiaire des eaux usées en utilisant la technologie EcoFlow. C'est un système d'assainissement autonome éco-responsable utilisant des biofibres compactes en fibres de noix de coco pour le traitement des eaux usées. Le traitement se fait sans consommation d'énergie par une filtration naturelle et végétale avec peu d'efforts d'entretien. Presque l'entretien se fait d'une manière chaque 15 ans, donc il faut faire l'entretien de cette station. Un autre élément qui a été ajouté aussi dans ce site, c'est l'aménagement d'un parc forestier écologique pour la promotion du tourisme écologique communautaire. Donc il y a eu construction d'une table d'hôte pour la promotion de la gastronomie locale, construction de 2 points de vente pour les produits de terroir locaux, la construction aussi d'un atelier de poterie traditionnelle, vu la richesse de la région en termes de gisements de poterie, et l'aménagement d'une placette polyvalente pour les événements culturels pour les enfants et les familles et les visiteurs. Une autre composante aussi, c'est l'aménagement d'un bassin collinaire pour le renforcement de la résilience hydrique, surtout avec les changements climatiques et les stress hydriques actuellement, donc dans le territoire tunisien avec la sécheresse et la chaleur. Donc il y a eu construction d'un bassin collinaire de capacité de 5000 m3 pour collecter et stocker les eaux pluviales et les eaux de source, pour les utiliser pour l'irrigation, soit pour les besoins domestiques, soit pour réserve pour lutter contre les incendies, surtout pour les pompiers. Une autre composante, c'est l'aménagement et la valorisation des carrières forestières. Donc, il y a eu aussi aménagement de 1,5 hectares de terrasses radicales pour la récupération des terres agricoles et pour la promotion des pratiques agroforestières au profit des habitants. Dans le cadre aussi de renforcement des capacités pour les jeunes de la région, donc il y a eu promotion des travaux forestiers et les modes de valorisation des produits forestiers, donc à travers l'organisation de chantiers écoles en travaux forestiers pour les jeunes de la région sur différentes thématiques comme le nettoyage des maquis, l'entretien des tranches par à feu, conduite des peuples de panne d'élèves, des masclages ou de récolte de liège, parce que c'est une région qui est riche en liège. De même aussi, on a parlé tout à l'heure de la poterie et l'artisanat, donc on a mis en place un système, plutôt un programme de résilience ou bien un programme de conciliation entre l'art et l'artisanat en faveur des femmes artisans pour l'exploitation des gisements d'argile de la région et de potentiels humains existants. Il y a eu organisation de plusieurs sessions de formation, de renforcement de la capacité sur l'exploitation de la poterie traditionnelle pour améliorer les pratiques des artisans et stimuler l'innovation au niveau de leurs produits. On ne s'est pas arrêté à ce niveau, donc aussi dans le cadre de l'économie circulaire, donc à travers un jeune de ce village, donc on a pu aussi aménager une unité de collecte de déchets en plastique à travers une assistance technique pour l'encadrement et la formalisation d'un jeune entrepreneur pour pouvoir créer sa propre unité de collecte de déchets, et bien sûr à travers un appui logistique, tout ce qui est en relation avec des machines de compresse pour aider ce jeune dans la mise en place de son unité de collecte de déchets. Toutes ces interventions, tous ces composants, donc on a pu avoir, le projet a démarré en 2019, donc après 4 ans, donc on a pu avoir À court terme, plusieurs impacts. Déjà, toutes ces composantes ont pu avoir généré environ 16 540 journées de travail. Le plus beau, c'est que presque 96% de ces journées de travail ont été réalisées par des main-d'œuvre locales. Donc, le budget qui a été alloué pour la réalisation de ces composantes, vraiment, il s'est installé, il s'est versé au niveau de ce village. Donc, à travers 171 postes d'emploi. Il y a aussi 7 jeunes formés et certifiés en travaux de forestiers. Il y a aussi 2 points de vente de produits territoires exploités par 2 habitants. La certification et l'organisation de 10 femmes artisanes dans une coopérative féminine. Et vous le savez aussi, si on peut avoir la certification, donc il y a tout ce qui est côté social et la protection sociale de ces femmes. Il y a aussi la création de 2 PME, une pour la collecte de déchets et une sur les travaux forestiers. Il y a aussi formation de 10 jeunes avec leur certification dans les techniques de construction et intégrées aussi, qui sont intégrées dans le marché de l'emploi à travers d'autres PME. Tout ça a permis de dynamiser la vie économique et culturelle du village. Il a permis aussi d'améliorer les conditions de vie à travers l'accessibilité, l'accès aux services de base, l'accès à l'eau, en particulier pour les populations vulnérables, les enfants, l'accès à l'école, les femmes aussi. L'intégration du village aussi dans un circuit écotourisme communautaire, classé et labellisé. Il est devenu actuellement, ce site, la destination de ceux qui viennent de retourner. Si ces infrastructures sont conçues en étroite conseil, l'impact social en témoigne. Effectivement, ce village enclavé, qui est devenu un site pilote pour la promotion des principales filières agroforestières et l'écotourisme communautaire, est un modèle pour la prospérité locale. Un dernier mot, c'est que le développement de la voie. J'ai 2 minutes, Monsieur le Président, pour présenter un petit vidéo sur l'état actuel de ce village, à travers le PME qui fait le recyclage des plastiques.
How many minutes?
2 minutes.
2 minutes, okay. Okay, let's see the video.
كنا نعانوا في الخياس، نعانوا في الماء، كانت المدرسة بعيدة علينا، كي نخرجوا الصباح بكري تعرضنا الديوبة والحلاف، كانوا يوصلونا بوياتنا باش نقروا، وبعد كي داري باش نرجعوا يجوا باش يرجعونا. أنا محمد العتيمني، عمري 30 سنة، نسكن في دوار النشم. ملي عمري 10 سنين كنت نخدم مع اللي صادوا في الحلوف، في عطلة الحد كنت نمشي نخدم معهم. بعد بشوي حتى اللي كبرت شوي مشيت من عمر 16 سنة هبطت لتونس ونخدم المرمع ونرجع نقرا ندبر مصروفي ندبر كسبتي ندبر كتبتي الكرارس حتى اللي وصلت لفيواني بطلت القراية 20 سنة بطلت فرد مرة بطلت نمشي لهنا بديت بشوي وانا نلم الدوار بعد وليت نمشي ما ابعد مشيت لحمام بورقيب بديت نلم في حمام بورقيب بعد وليت نمشي ما ابعد وليت نمشي لباب بوروشي ونتعب كرهبة تعب شوي. أنا قاعد نخدم في المنشر نتاعي ننظم في البلاستيك كل حاجة واحد. تعدوا بجنب جماعة المناض إنهم يصرفوا في الكياس سألوني فيش تعمل؟ كانوا نخدم في البلاستيك قالوا لي حاجة باهي نجموا نعوضوه.
المشروع هو اسمه المبادرة النموذجية للتنمية المحلية المدمجة. التدخل نتاعنا يصير في إطارين، ندخلوا في تطوير البنية التحتية وندخلوا في إحداث مواطن رزق ولا مشاريع اقتصاديه. اول ما بدينا البنيه التحتيه اللي فك وظيفه المواطنين لقينا محافظه اللي لمت البلاستيك وهذه حاجه الميريت داتر فالوريزي اي كومباني. عملوا لي سياج ولات نلم فيه في البلاستيك زادوا عاونوني باش خدت الماكينه. خدت الماكينه عملت باتين ولات نخدم في البلاستيك بأمور قانونية. نعرفوا لكل مشروع عنده عمر، عنده بداية وعنده نهاية. كي ظهر سيري لا كونتينيتي. أحداث مجمع التنمية في القطاع الغربي في المنطقة هذه، سيري كي ظهر سيري لا كونتينيتي إي لورغانيزاسيون تاع البوبيلاسيون. على ذيك هنا نحكيو على مجمع النشم.
Thank you so much. What a very good video as well as very nice smile. Thank you. Our next presenter will be Dr. Wondesan Kasa, and he will be speaking on green jobs in Ethiopia's renewable sector. To give you also the flavor of who Dr. Wondesan is, he is director at Ethiopian Power Academy, Ethiopian Electric Power. Dr. Wondesan Kasa, as a guy, is a seasoned professional with 24 years of experience in leadership in academia. He currently leads Ethio Power Academy at Ethiopian Electric Power, overseeing research, leadership development, and learning programs. He has held roles including Human Resource Head, Chief Officer for Training and Development, and the Human Resource Development Director. Mr. Wondesan holds a bachelor's in management in 2001 and a master's in human resource management in 2014 from Addis Ababa University, and a PhD in business administration in 2019 from Xi'an Jiatuan University, China. His publications focus on innovation, culture, and economic growth. He has contributed to Ethiopia's Labour Proclamation Amendment Committee and served as an assistant professor in the articles. Mr. Wondesan is a certified management consultant and a columnist on economic and social affairs for local newspapers. Dr. Wondesan, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. And I came from Ethiopian Electric Power, so I can assure you green job creation and decent work practices in the Ethiopia's renewable energy sector. So my agenda will be on the renewable energy sector. So I will try to be brief as much as possible. So as we all know, among the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, the SDG 7 is about renewable energy, which is about affordable and clean energy. So my focus would be this SDG 7. So in line with this SDG 7, the Ethiopian government has developed this 10 years perspective development plan, which aims to transform the economy into a climate resilient and green economy. In view of that, it is mandatory to develop and avail renewable energy. In that regard, Ethiopian Electric Power, or EEP, has an indispensable role. And as you might know, Ethiopian Electric Power is a public-owned enterprise which has a mandate to generate and transmit electric power throughout Ethiopia. And our vision is not only to bind in or limited only in Ethiopia, but also we have a vision to be Africa's renewable energy hub. So in that aspect, we have managed to generate more than 70,000 megawatts. And with that power, we are not only utilizing for Ethiopia's basic need, but we managed to interconnect with neighboring countries like Djibouti, Sudan, Kenya, and Tanzania. And these days, we managed to export electric power to Africa. So this is our journey to our vision to be the hub of renewable energy for Africa. But our vision is not only generating power. The renewable energy sector also has a mission to create jobs. So according to the Job Creation Commission of Ethiopia, next to the manufacturing, construction, and mining sector, the renewable energy sector also has prioritized to be a job creator. So according to the plan, the Job Creation Commission, the renewable energy sector in Ethiopia has a potential to create around 78,000 jobs, both the direct and indirect jobs. But let us see the fact it even exceeds the potential. So as we can see, this is a report from International Renewable Energy Agency. So globally, in the year 2023, 16.2 million jobs are created by the renewable energy. So we can see the solar took the first stance in job creation, and followed by the liquid biofuels and the hydro power. So when we look at Africa's share in this regard, despite the potential, Africa has, a huge potential for renewable energy. But despite this potential, Africa managed to create, as you can see, around 324,000 jobs, which is only about 2%. And from these 2% jobs, Ethiopia took the lion's share. So when we look at only from the hydro, Ethiopia managed to create around 46,480 green jobs, which is from the 2,324,000 hydro-related jobs. This is because Ethiopia took initiative to invest in huge hydro power plants, like the Great Ethiopian Resource Dam, which is built in the Blue Nile. So in addition to the GERD mission to provide millions of Ethiopians to electricity, but it allows also to create jobs. So not only on hydropower plants, Ethiopia also engaging in or invest intensively on the wind farms and geothermals, which also assist to create green jobs. By the way, this renewable energy has its own feature. So it has a multiplier effect in job creation. So empirical findings show that one renewable energy job can lead or can create up to 3 additional jobs, actually direct and indirect jobs. So it shows its potential. So because of that, it is expected that 100,000 indirect jobs are already created in the renewable energy sector of Ethiopia. So we in Ethiopian Electric Power, we are not only considering like building dams, but also we want to assure that decent work creation is there. So we ILO. So there are a number of practices to be shared, but I would like to focus only on the 3 aspects on about the engaging the trade union, equal employment opportunity, and gender mainstreaming issues. So here in Ethiopian Electric Power, engaging the trade union is an important aspect. We took it seriously. So the trade union is engaged in the management board. They do have a seat there, and also they are also members of the management team. So because of that, we assure employees' voices are heard, and in the collective agreement, this right is protected. Like the trade union is engaged on the decision of working conditions, like hiring, promotion, training, and so forth. The equal employment opportunity policy is there also, which is a standard one. And we, as much as possible, we want to assure that there is equal employment. And the gender mainstreaming issue is, among others, an issue which we work seriously in the renewable energy sector in Ethiopia. So, among others, the Gender and Social Affairs Department is there. So it has management member vote, and also it directly reports to the CEO, which shows that there is a governance in place. And in addition to that, there is a women's forum session that every woman's employee in the sector are enrolled in this women's forum so that their voice and their concerns are addressed properly. But in addition to that, we also provide support to low-income female employees during holidays in a way to assure they are free from any psychological burden. More than that, we do have also this maternity package, we call it, which in addition to the minimum set by the labor law, it provides maternity leave, maternity medication, maternity work burden minimization initiatives. And among others, affirmative action is in place. At the time of hiring and training and at the time of promotion, we have an allotted quota so that to empower women so that they can come up to the higher decision-making positions. So in that regard, we start to see results. So as you can see, priorly it was only 5% women promoted, but if we took the data for the last 3 years, so we managed to bring 90% from those promoted to the higher ranks are female employees. And when we look at the age strata also witness these initiatives is bearing fruit. So as you can see, most young female employees are there. So even when we look at the data below 40 years age, so 60% for female, and for males it's only 48%. So in the coming years up to 2030, we projected the approximate retirement, the workforce that will be retired. So there would be around 2,000 employees that would be retired into up to 2030. So most of the jobs would taken by our female employees. But this journey of assuring decent work, especially for women, is not without challenges. Of course, there were challenges, but these challenges, we consider them as room for improvement. So as you can see, we identified in Ethiopia Electric Power, we do have 30 locations of employment. So even though there were, massive affirmative actions and other initiatives, but still we see there is a gap between male and female employees. So it shows we need to work, or there is a need for interventions. And when you look at the general gender mix, as you can see, almost it is, the gap is there, and specifically for STEAM jobs, because of so many factors, not only in EP, but external factors are there, still the gap is there. When you look at the recent data of 5 years data for STEAM jobs, we managed to create jobs for around 955 engineers, but from those engineers, only 50%, as you can see on the graph, were female engineers. So this shows that we have to work more so that to inculcate female engineers to our workforce. So we took benchmarks. This is the standard benchmark on the sector, renewable energy sector. So on average, it has to be 32%, the female share. So we are working on that, and we took various initiatives to assure we meet these initiatives. So I will try to briefly share these interventions that we have made, so that so the first one, it is EP has this female scholarship. So every year we give scholarship for 55 female employees, especially on STEAM areas, which is a challenging area for us. So because of that, we managed to see a change on the profile of female education profile. As you can see, among those females, 69% do have diploma and above educational qualifications. And we start also an intervention, what we call it pre-service trainees intervention, which we focus on TVT technicians. So we give 6 months pre-service training to make our technician to be an employee of EEP. So in this aspect, we also start to see some changes, especially on the female technicians. And the third one, it is about leadership and in-service training. So per annum, we do have 2 times we conduct leadership development programs for our female leaders, so that this program aid to address issues faced by female leaders. And we are not focused only on the leaders, but we also start to act on the affirmative action in regarding to in-service training. So at least 10% of every training should consist female employees. So according to that, this is the 9 months data. So you can see almost we meet the target and even we exceed that. We are not focusing only internally, but we also focus on external. This STEAM fields, it's not only an issue for Ethiopian Electric Power. I think other institutions also face similar problem because of various reasons, females are not engaging on STEAM fields. But we want to activate that one, so we devise this internship program. So Ethiopian Electric Power, gives this internship program for almost for every university in this country, for 31 universities all over the country. So on annual basis, we provide 400 internship positions. So from this, we allotted at least 15% for female students, so that because of this encouragement, we start to also see some changes. And when we look at this, we also develop these daycare service centers. This daycare, not only, for every staff, but especially for our female employees, it would minimize substations these days. We are expanding, so by this time we managed to create around 30 daycare service center, so that it really minimizes, and it is a practical one. It's not something that you took as theoretically, but we really saw fruits here. And the last one, as an intervention, we EEP, Ethiopian Electric Power, has almost more than 10 primary and secondary schools we supported in every power plant.
You will have 2 minutes to conclude.
And in every project. So, as you can see, not only staff children, but also the local people's children also engaged in or enrolled in these schools, and it enhances girls' participation on education. And at last, what would be the way forward? Of course, we are facing challenges on STEAM areas, so we aspire to intervene on this aspect. So recently, before 1 month, we signed an agreement with financiers, donors, European Union and French Development Aid. So we start to collaboration with Addis Ababa University to create a postgraduate program on power economics and power engineering postgraduate programs, which would give opportunity for females, so that they can be our employees in the future. So this is the major point that I want to share with you. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Dr. Wendison. Before we open the stretch for 30 seconds, in any way appropriate for you, mind the person next to you, please. Last but not least, we will be hearing a presentation from Dr. Ashagre Gabrawald, and he will be speaking on employment-intensive urban development in Addis Ababa. Dr. Ashagre Gabrawald Abdi is an international legal and strategic advisor with over 15 years of experience in conflict resolution, governance, equitable urban policy, and social mobility in countries undergoing transition, with a strong focus on sub-Saharan Africa. He has worked extensively with governmental and intergovernmental organizations on socio-economic rights, city diplomacy, youth engagement, peace building, and strategic policy development, and has trained senior officials and civil society leaders in more than 30 countries, 30. His work emphasizes the role of just and inclusive urban policy in advancing successful political transitions by addressing structural inequalities and creating pathways for upward mobility through equitable access to services, infrastructure, and opportunity. Since August 2023, he has served as strategic advisor to the mayor of Addis Ababa, contributing to labor-intensive urban transformation, conflict management, and international city relations. Dr. Abdi holds a PhD in conflict analysis and resolution from Georgetown University, where his research focused on conflict and nation building in transitional contexts, and earned a Master's of Law from Northwestern University, Chicago, and LLB from Addis Ababa University, both with great distinctions. Dr. Ashagre, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, Mr. Yetunde Tasrat, I would like to congratulate you for successfully leading the National Organizing Committee on this very important topic. So, job very well done. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, as said, it's the last presentation, but not the least, because at least it is from the city that is hosting this very important conference. We have been discussing about unemployment and the labor-intensive investment in general terms, but now we will talk in the context of cities, especially a metropolitan city like Addis gives a model or a blueprint how to address persistent urban challenges. To set the scene, by 2050, 68% of the world population will be urban residents, which is now it is around 58, and by 2035 it is going to be 62%. In the African context, it is going to be doubled. It is going to be 1.2 billion urban residents. So for African cities, successful urban transformation is very, very critical, because African cities are dealing with the challenges of climate change and high unemployment and also high employment growth. So we must tackle those jobs, infrastructure, environment, equity simultaneously to remain viable. I think the PowerPoint. Okay. Addis Ababa as a metropolitan city, a seat of African Union, federal government, the ECA, the Addis Ababa City Administration, and the Oromia Regional State The city presents a comprehensive model of urban transition demonstrating how large-scale transformation can address social, environmental, and economic challenges simultaneously. If, I don't know, for most of you, it is not your first time. If you came like probably 18 months ago, you wouldn't realize you're in the same city. The city is transforming at a rapid pace without compromising quality. At the same time, with a goal of becoming a role model for African in terms of how to make a successful transition. So as the point is the ILO's Employment Intensive Investment Program, I would like to see our cities transition from that perspective. The ILO EWP integrates job creation into infrastructure and green investment. It emphasizes decent work, local capacity, environmental safeguards, and social justice. This is very critical because as urbanization is growing, I'm speaking sometimes as someone who did research a lot, and something scares me most of the time. That is, the rising population in urban city is going to be a serious challenge for Africans if we don't make our transition equitable with protected environment. So the strategic framework also aligns with the SDG goals, World Bank's environmental and the social frameworks, and the decent work agenda. We in our city we have a core philosophy. The first thing we discuss is we are transforming this city for the people. So by doing that, we believe in the work ethics and the philosophy of nobody should be left behind. That is from creating jobs, making sure that we succeed in having a successful upward social mobility, and also by doing that, we want to reduce the gap between the poor and the rich. In just over a year, what we have created is over 126,000 jobs, because we believe in creating labor-intensive and the people-centered city transformation. What we do, be it in creating a green environment, as you can, I hope tomorrow you will go and see what the city has done in the past year, a bike lane, pedestrian walk, a democratic space for its residents. We also have this core principle of our development must be integrated. We can't just pick one and address and wait for the others. We have to align our transport, housing, green spaces, and the services for a cohesive urban experience, which at the end lead to successful transition. Environmental sustainability, which is in Ethiopia, we take this very seriously because we believe in climate change is an existential threat. That's why we always see every August, we plant millions and billions of trees. If most of you would come back in August, you will have your own tree. That would actually give you another reason to come back to the beautiful Addis to visit, to take care of your trees. So we take climate crisis as an existential threat. That's why we plant billions of trees. We want other cities also, the planting trees, by the way, it's a national agenda. So the city is trying to align its programs with that national agenda. So in this development that you see along the main corridor lines, we have planted over 1 million trees. You see a lot of green spaces. You see changes in the building codes. You see a lot of electric poles, smart poles that are designed to save energy. The scope of our transformation is, as I said, anchored on creating jobs. Our city is projected by different models to have around 13 million people by 2050. This is from the academic side, so this is not officially endorsed, so you have to figure that out. So different models show that the city's population is projected to reach 13 million people. 13 by 2050. Cities like Addis, you have to remember the population during the daytime is different from during the nighttime. Your budget is for population during the nighttime, but you have people coming from neighboring areas, staying here, putting too much pressure on the infrastructure of the city. So the city has to handle that as well. As I said, we created over 125,000 jobs. From that, over 100,000 is temporary, and around over 2,400,000 is permanent. Also, this job is created for about 80% for the young population category. So here, after a little bit defined, it's different from the ILO and the UN definition. Our definition for the youth is 18 to 34. So I just barely skipped that 34. Infrastructure-wise, we have built around 172 kilometers. We have also over 300 pedestrian lanes, over 200 bike lanes, and also I'm hoping tomorrow you're going to see the riverside, which we want to make sure that you visit, because we hope it is going to be a role model for many African cities' rivers, because investing in riverside revitalization is a very expensive project. It is investing in a generation. Those kind of projects, they don't have kind of quick win, which is always what policymakers try to achieve, but these are intergenerational investment that requires very deep thinking. So I hope you're going to see tomorrow that as well. It's very, very impressive how we integrated our local knowledge with modern technology. The environmental resilience through labor-based works, as I mentioned, we take climate crisis as an existential threat. We, as a country, planted billions of trees, and the city is also aligning its projects with that national agenda. We have, as I mentioned, planted over 1 million trees along the main corridor lines, in addition to creating those green spaces. We have also started around 21 kilometer river and riverside revitalization. And we also have smart structure built by local hands. As you can see, I think I was carried away. I did show you the, I think I'm this back. Okay. When we talk about smart infrastructure, by the way, in November 2024, Addis won the African Smart City Award, and in September 2024, the Mayor, Her Excellency Adani Chabebe, also won the Smart City Leadership Award organized by the Seoul Metropolitan Smart City Award. Now, the biggest thing that I'm going to address here, because we always feel the first one is finance. How do you guys get this money? From where did you get? The second question is how fast you are doing. This is too much. So I will address the finance aspect. We understand that urban transformation is a very expensive project, but it is doable. How did we do it? Since 2011, Ethiopia embarked on financing its big projects through domestic or self-financing. That starts from the 2011 GERD project. The Addis Ababa city transformation projects are also self-financed. the money is from the city. It's not from international aid or from loan. What we have, in addition to the finance by the city, is its residents, the businessmen who are chipping in, who are joining the city to share the burden. Some of them actually, you go and see that they didn't even sign a contract. They trust. So we develop a trust between the citizens, especially the business community and the government. Some of them, after they complete, they negotiate. They don't have a leverage normally in business if you do that. So that trust has led to a good partnership between the government and the business community. So Addis Ababa proved that achieved so far. Persistent cost, inflation, we have to rapid growth from migration strains, housing, and other services. Cities are the center of gravity. They are also the center of innovations, change. So if cities take this rising population crisis, it's our high-tech demands, like the waste management, because most of our cities have been abandoned. Therefore, rivers and others are being used as dumping sites.
Dr. Ashagre, you'll have 2 minutes to conclude.
Thank you. So if we don't acknowledge those persistent challenges, that means we don't prepare ourselves. Our city is preparing itself for the future in many ways, through infrastructure. The sense for other cities is that if we don't make the project live in the fact that transformations are for the people. The second thing is leveraging local financing and governance tools. Balancing also traditions and innovations here, because tomorrow you're going to see the Conso landscaping or terracing, which is inscribed as a UNESCO's heritage in 2011, how they are doing an amazing job in the landscaping in Ontoto. The other thing is policymakers must mediate between challenge, needs, and address. At the same time, we must make sure that when we are addressing those challenges, the way we are addressing should result in long-term benefits for the city. With that, I conclude my remark. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Please, round of applause for all the presenters. Thank you. Thank you. That marks the end of the presentation, and now we'll be proceeding to any reflections from you, the participants. If you have any comments, feedbacks, questions, then the floor will be yours. But before that, let me raise 3 points. While you will be raising your issues, I kindly request you first to briefly try to clearly state for whom you are addressing the question. That will be very important from the presenters. And the third and the most important one will be try to be as concise as possible so that we can manage our time. So now the floor is open for Q&A. Anyone from this side? The very right. Okay, one there. Okay, from this side. 2. 3. 4. Okay, 6 and 7. Okay, let's hear from the 7 of you, and then we'll get it back to the stage.
Sir, please push the button right underneath the microphone. There is something that looks like a sign of an ear. Yes. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is John Ngamvile. I am from Uganda. I am an environmental scientist. I work for Terego District Local Government. My question specifically goes to Dr. Wandwosen. When you were making presentation, I keenly noted that you alluded that, and this happens to align with our status as a country in Uganda. But one key challenge we have been facing has been the issue of managing the e-waste as a result of solar panels getting worn out, and there has so far been a lot of challenge trying to handle that. I wish to know whether there are strategies you have laid as a country to address that in the long run. Thank you.
Thank you. 2. Number 2.
Yes.
Yes, please.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, all the presenter. My name is Zanneva from Kotam Association. I have got much knowledge from the audience that the Ethiopian electric power have worked on hydroelectric and thermal power and also wind power, and have got much effort to distribute power around our country. We appreciate that, but we have much power. My question is that, is there expectation that our country have much potential to distribute power freely for our citizens? This is my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. 3.
Yeah,
it is here.
Where?
Je viens du Cameroun. Mon intervention est relative à la présentation de... J'ai oublié le nom. Au Propopis Julie Floria. Donc c'est la dame qui a présenté. Et je crois que sur la plante invasive,
Miss Liliane,
j'ai 2 préoccupations. La première, je suis très curieux de savoir, de manière générale, sur quelle superficie ils ont estimé l'existence de cette plante-là et quel pourrait être le taux de croissance de cette plante. C'est la première préoccupation. La deuxième préoccupation, je voudrais savoir s'ils ont pu évaluer ce que rapporte l'exploitation de cette plante, parce que dans son intervention, elle a dit que l'exploitation de cette plante permettait d'avoir des produits pour des produits, elle a dit des produits à partir, on faisait des produits et puis on avait du charbon qu'on vendait. Je voudrais savoir s'ils ont pu évaluer en comparaison avec le coût de remplacement. C'est-à-dire que quand on paye des gens pour remplacer cette plante et en faire une terre arable de culture, est-ce qu'ils ont évalué pour faire la comparaison? Ce serait intéressant de savoir, parce que je crois qu'il y a là, on pourrait voir si c'est important, s'il ne faut pas seulement sensibiliser les habitants qui font cette exploitation afin qu'ils continuent à l'exploiter et chercher d'autres alternatives pour pour les cultures vivrières. Je vous remercie.
Thank you so much. Ms. Lillian, are you in the hall? Please. Please, you may join us on the stage. Okay, number 4.
Thank you. My name is Caroline Joke. I work with the International Labour Organization in Nairobi, Kenya. I've got a question for Dr. Yoshinori and another quick one for Dr. Abdi. Dr. Yoshinori, would you say that the approach that you presented, would be scalable? Because I noticed that the scale that you presented was rather limited. So is this an approach that could be used especially for rural areas in some of the African countries at scale? And Dr. Abdi, really congratulations for the work of the Addis city. I lived here 6 years ago, and when I arrived yesterday, I thought I was lost because I could not really recognize the city. So really well done. And to my question of course, Addis is a huge metropolitan city. Again, do you see the possibility to also extend this kind of city transformation to some of the smaller cities within our countries? Thank you.
Thank you. Number 5.
Thank you very much. My name is Ignatius Ario.
I'm sorry. Okay. Who is number 5? You. Okay. Then you will be number 6. It's okay.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. My name is Ignatius Ario from South Africa. Thank you to the presenters for the good presentations. My question is directed towards...
Sorry, sir. Would you remove in the meantime the name tag of the country from the table? Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. Can I repeat? Okay. I'm Ignatius Ario from South Africa, Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. My question is to Dr. the techniques to improve products. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Number 6.
Thank you very much. Shown us some, but to what extent these are going to be scaled up needs a very critical outlooking, and as well as very serious regional and continental outlook from those projects, successes, and then also improve the challenges confronted. One is that. The second one is going to Dr. Wandosan, which is typically, talking about our electric generation processes and handle the decent work agenda, especially involving the trade union and bringing workers in the decision making, and then the gender empowering aspect as well. But in most cases, with regard to the trade union and the labor relation, ELPA is accused of, people who are involving in casual and as well as not permanent jobs. Those people are, in most cases, working for so many years, renewing their contracts time and again. And so, in the meantime, they are deprived of fundamental rights like social security and other things. So, what kind of measures are you going to take, and so that your company will go on and advancing in a labor management system? The other thing is going to ask Doctor, the municipality, as it has been very said loudly, and people have appreciated, Addis is growing. And then the aspect of labor employment generation side by side of urbanization and building the city is a very good, measure that has been taken nationally. But my worry is among the employment generated, most of them are not permanent one. There are few permanent one. The permanent one is a very good opportunity for the workers in order to have long time decent work, and as well as entertaining social security. What kind of aspects should be included in your plan and in urbanization, and which can also be taken up for the other cities in which we are almost going to replicate the cases. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Number 7.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Mandar Khanfir. I'm heading a think tank in Tunisia and expert to the ILO.
Sorry.
Yes, please.
Who is speaking?
I'm here.
Number 7 is here. Sorry, sir. I will come back to you.
Merci beaucoup.
Okay.
I gave the chance here, then I will come back to you.
Président de la séance, de toutes les manières, je devais intervenir en 4e position. Bon, il n'y a pas de problème. Je me présente. Je suis Frédéric Damoura. Je viens de la République centrafricaine. Je suis chargé de mission en matière de travail et je suis également coordonnateur d'une association de protection de l'environnement. Et donc, je fais dans le recyclage aussi des déchets plastiques et aussi des charbons bio. Je fais le reboisement. Mon intervention, ma préoccupation va plus précisément vers le présentateur de la Tunisie, que je voudrais d'ailleurs rencontrer après cette séance. On a constaté que il n'y a pas assez de relations. On n'a pas développé beaucoup de relations entre les organisations qui interviennent dans le recyclage des plastiques et des charbons écologiques. Quand on se rencontre dans les grands forats comme ça et quand on parle, je crois qu'il n'y a pas assez de suivi et cela me pose problème. Mais je voudrais savoir, est-ce que le fait qu'on dise que le recyclage des plastiques n'est pas totalement une bonne chose peut se justifier par le fait que c'est la manière d'incinérer les plastiques qui pose problème, ou bien je ne sais pas, je l'ai fait, mais dans les relations que j'ai avec les gens, ils me disent que bon, c'est une approche qui est encore discutable. Alors, au niveau de la Tunisie, vous avez développé ce projet et je me demande où en êtes-vous avec l'écoulement de vos produits? Est-ce que ça passe facilement? Parce que chez nous, les gens ont tendance à penser que avec les plastiques, malgré la sensibilisation, les gens disent que mais quand il y aura le feu, ça va créer des problèmes énormes. Et quand les voitures circulent dessus, ça crée trop d'accidents. Ça, c'est des informations que j'ai comme ça. Et donc, je voulais partager avec vous l'intervenant de la Tunisie. Donc aussi, par rapport au reboisement, je suis dans un pays où la pression sur la forêt est telle que vous ne pouvez pas l'imaginer ici. Parce que nous sommes un pays, nous appartenons au bassin du Congo, mais chez nous, la source d'eau, les bois disparaissent. Malgré les mesures du gouvernement, un décret a été pris pour interdire l'exportation, mais cela n'avance pas. Alors, je me demande, est-ce qu'avec le projet de reboisement dont vous parlez, quelles sont les approches que vous, je veux dire, la méthode que vous utilisez pour avancer? Parce que chez nous, j'ai constaté que vraiment on n'a pas encore évolué à ce niveau et je voudrais avoir des partages avec vous. Je vous remercie beaucoup.
Thank you. Okay, 8, then 9, okay? Let me take first here, then I will come back to you. No, I'll give you here. Yes.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. Let me thank all the panelists for their good presentation. I think that I'm from Central African Republic. I'm a protocol attaché working for our embassy here. And then I arrived in Addis Ababa 3 weeks back. And I think that my question is addressed to Dr. Abdi. And my question is personal. It doesn't come from my delegation. So Mr. Abdi was right explaining that the city of Addis Ababa is moving fast. It's very important because yesterday we were at the park. We saw how that Addis Ababa is among the best cities in Africa. So what I want to suggest, or maybe to advise Dr. Abdi, why not, to connect the transformation of the city with the plan of hosting African Cup of Nations here in Addis Ababa in order to bring more people here in Addis to see how the country is moving faster. So this is the only suggestion that I want to share with Dr. Abdi. Maybe he can work on it and advocate for that. Addis Ababa will host African Cup of Nations. You know that the AU headquarters is here. It's also better to bring more soccer fun here and to share the good advancement of Addis Ababa. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your support as well. Thank you, sir, for your patience. You may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my name is Mandar Khanfir. I'm heading a think tank based in Tunisia. And at what level could we define decent jobs created and investment? And from there, I have a specific question to all the presenters. After the investment period, how many jobs will remain? Really, that's I think the most important thing, because during the investment phase we know that we need much more engagement and workers. And have you assessed the impact post-investment? This is my question. Thank you.
Thank you so much. In the interest of time, I think it's better if we bring it to the stage. So we, the people at the stage, are now standing between the lunch and you. So we'll try to be as brief as possible. So I will start from my dear sister Lilian, then we'll come to this direction. Try to be as brief as possible, please. Lilian, you can take the floor.
Thank you for the question. I'm responding to the delegate who asked about the prosopis invasive tree that we presented about. There was one question around when it came into the walls, then it spread and became a menace. So animals consume its pods, then wherever they leave their droppings, it's likely to grow there. The benefit analysis, and I had mentioned a couple of products that are developed from the prosopis plant, and most of these are products informed by research, because government of Kenya has heavily invested in research on the prosopis plant. So the concept is to balance the environmental benefits of combating desertification and also a livelihood option for the communities to be able to control the spread of prosopis. So products like the animal feed come from the pods of prosopis. There are products like biochar, which is used for soil stabilization. There are products that are for construction sector, like wood for furniture production, for crafts production, and so forth. So depending on the community engagement and what they find most useful for them, then they get to choose what to invest in. The charcoal bit which I mentioned, traditionally communities in the local rural areas are producing charcoals using the traditional kilns, but the research institution has introduced modern kilns that communities are now using to produce more, but also to produce briquettes. Beyond the charcoal, they also are producing briquettes which are used then for fuel consumption in the communities. So this is how the economic benefit is getting into the communities. And once the communities clear the land, then they use it for different agricultural interventions. I must mention that beyond the initial investment by the ILO and the Kenya Forest Research Institution, then we have seen the local governments putting their own money into continued growth of the management of prosopis. For example, the Tana River County have invested their own money up to, in the current financial year, they are putting up to close to $1 million, 100 million Kenya shillings to support growth of enterprises that are coming out of the prosopis management, but also linking it to food security for the county. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ishinori.
Thank you for the questions to my presentations. Let me answer quickly. Yeah, I introduced the soil additive to stabilize the expansive soil by using cellulose-based additives. This can be produced in the rural area by labor, meaning by rural communities. And the processing to stabilization of the expansive soil is very tough job, but we are proposing to implement this work by the local communities. So we focusing to develop the technology, but also we focusing the technology to be local labor-based. Actually, we haven't done much application of this technology, so we cannot say the experience to applying this technology in the in the field. We did just a demonstration and the opportunity they given through this application of the soil stabilizer, standard design. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ashag.
You go the night, you see them walking. You go the night, you see them walking and helping those workers. So it requires a commitment. You don't just go with your black suit and go there. No, they have been working like a foreman, supporting those people. Yeah, so it can even be possible to be exported to other African cities. I think there's a fair question from, I think, my compatriot and also from the Tunisian delegate on how many jobs or what percent of job will remain after these projects are completed. As I tried to mention, for our case, we created 19.5% permanent jobs. But make no mistakes, when I'm referring to about these projects, there is a labor and skill bureau which is creating hundreds of thousands of jobs in its own way. Most of those are permanent. Here, when we are talking about labor-intensive public investment jobs, like at the along the corridor lines, we have created 90.5 permanent jobs, and also the completion of these projects will create other permanent jobs as well, because they have business districts, parkings, gardens, and many potentials. The third one, my African brother from Central African Republic. Of course, hosting the African Cup of Nations is within the jurisdiction of the federal government and the Ethiopian Football Federation, but the city will welcome this one. Probably some of you might have seen CAF held a conference here. Personally met some of the African legends like Kanu and Daniel Amokachi. Everybody wants to come and play and also watch football here. So my friend from Central African Republic, this kind of, it is a very competitive. That means we need all
Ugandan brother, it focuses on the waste to energy power. So as you have mentioned, we, Ethiopian Electric Power, manage to energy. So on daily basis, we manage to process around 1,400 tons of municipal solid waste daily. It converts it into electricity. So if you have, further interests to have a visit, I would be very happy to arrange that. But in general, as EEP, we do have this strict environmental procedure, not only in EEP, but the environmental authority is there. So we are under that supervision. But specifically for this RAPI waste to energy plant, not only it has power generating capability, but it also has this health related benefit. So it's nearby, so I can maybe take you there so that you can have a first-hand observation there, so that you can learn from there. The second question that was raised was about the distribution, but mind that in Ethiopian context there are two main actors in the power sector. Ethiopian Electric Power is there, and Ethiopian Electric Utility is there. Ethiopian Electric Power mandated to generate power renewably, basically, and of course transmitted and up to substation, and afterwards Ethiopian Electric Utility is there. But we are on the same sector, so the issue that you have raised regarding distribution needed to be responded by EU, Ethiopian Electric Utility. But I don't have general information because we are in the same sector. So you raised that, when can we distribute electricity freely to the nation? Maybe the time will come. But what I can assure is that Ethiopia now, we provide the lowest, in terms of cost. We generate, because we depend mainly on the hydropower, so we generate with the lowest cost, and we provide for the nation with the lowest cost. Of course, recently we have made tariff challenge. Even after that tariff change, still we provide the lowest electricity, but a time may come, Recently we are on the way to inaugurate our national pride, Great Ethiopian Renaissance Dam. I think all of us here, we contributed, because it is self-sponsored national flag project. So maybe if we manage to finish such projects, so in the future, maybe we can distribute electricity freely. But I don't know any nation, especially in the developing nation, that distribute electricity freely. But there are initiatives that always there is room for improvement. So we are struggling to improve in the provision of electricity. And the next one may be from the Federation. So I know I do have first-hand information, what you have mentioned, and you have a point, actually. So, of course, we are working on the, availing good working conditions, not only for permanent staff, but also for contract staffs. If you went every project sites in EEP, we do have, these facilities. And I can showcase, I can cite one illustration. So last time, we went one of the projects. So if you test the water quality, because we purify by ourselves, so maybe the quality of the water maybe is better than that of what we got here. I mean, to that extent, we try to create a decent work. And of course, we have tried to, recently, if you do have information, we managed to change contract employees, those who do have interests, into permanent. And we don't have any discrimination on bonuses and other working conditions. The last one, about best investment return, of course, if you see the renewable energy, it is considered to be one of the highest ROI in terms of employment. These are due to many factors actually. One, it is labor intensive compared to other like fossil fuels, for example. You know, so more jobs per you can take one. And in terms of diverse skill requirement, also, you know, in renewable energy, from unskilled labor to advanced, they can adapt to new energy systems. So that projection.
Franchement, ça reste des estimations et des modèles. Franchement, ça reste des estimations et des modèles assez subjectifs. Le meilleur exemple, c'est le Covid-19. Donc, si on va prévoir combien de postes permanents ou bien d'emplois permanents, donc c'est un peu futuriste, mais c'est pas assez garanti, surtout que nous sommes confrontés au changement climatique et à la transition juste. Donc, on est confronté normalement à des pertes d'emplois. Et pour le calcul d'impact, donc on est confronté à des emplois directs, indirects et induits. Donc, c'est un peu compliqué, mais il y a aussi des études comparatives, surtout concernant l'approche et l'adoption de l'approche IMO dans ce sens-là. Pour la question concernant le plastique, à titre d'information, pour le cas de la Tunisie, juste un chiffre, la Tunisie consomme annuellement plus de 400 000 tonnes de plastique, soit sous forme d'emballage alimentaire, soit sous forme de sacs plastiques, soit sous forme de bouteilles et des produits à usage unique. Le taux de recyclage reste un peu faible, on est presque à 20%. Et en 2020, il y a eu un degré en interdisant la production et la distribution et l'importation de certains types de sacs plastiques non biodégradables. Il y a des stratégies nationales qui sont en cours de discussion pour une économie circulaire et une transition vers des alternatives durables, voire le tissu, le papier, les biodégradables. Surtout en collaboration avec les ONG et partenaires internationaux pour sensibiliser surtout et pour drainer les fonds nécessaires pour les projets liés à la réduction du plastique. Pour tout ce qui est reboisement et forêt, je donne la main à M. Jamel qui maîtrise plus ce secteur.
Oui, merci. Bon, pour répondre au souci de mon ami concernant le problème de déforestation, de la pression humaine sur la forêt, l'approche c'est d'intervenir à deux niveaux. Le premier niveau, c'est le niveau institutionnel, réglementaire et législatif même. Comment? C'est promouvoir chez nous en Tunisie, il y a le code forestier qui normalement réglemente la gestion de la forêt. Il y a chaque année il y a un plan annuel de reboisement. On fait le reboisement, que ce soit les clairières ou dans les scieries qui étaient incendiées. Concernant de même, mais le défaut de ce code forestier, qu'auparavant le forestier, celui qui est responsable au triage ou de district, c'est le marteau de répression. Mais deuxième niveau, c'est le niveau professionnel, organisationnel. Donc, le fait d'aller chez les communautés qui habitent dans un milieu forestier, sont les riverains, de discuter avec eux, de les sensibiliser, en fait, c'est l'éducation environnementale même pour nos jeunes. Donc, ça c'est une approche qui diminue la pression, mais ce n'est pas une diminution totale. Les délinquances, les gens qui veulent ramasser les déchets pour vivre, parfois les gens se trouvent dans une situation de subsistance. C'est pour cela, donc, il faut l'impliquer dans le processus de cette intervention. Et merci.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. As we conclude, I will be taking the final 3 minutes to highlight the 3 key takeaways from this session. The first one will be turning challenges to opportunities. That's what we learned from the presentations and the speech. Projects like in Kenya's prosopis utilization and Ethiopia's expansive soil stabilization, they demonstrate how environmental threats can be transformed into economic and ecological assets through innovation and community engagement. That is the first important takeaway from this session. Number 2, inclusive labor-driven development works. So from Tunisia's Douar Nicham village revival to Addis Ababa's incredible urban transformation, labor-intensive approaches created jobs, empowered marginalized groups, and ensured local ownership, proving that inclusive models deliver tangible social and economic benefits. The third takeaway is how renewable energy is really a powerhouse of green jobs. Ethiopia's renewable energy sector, as nicely presented, shows massive job creation potential where we have in that specific sector in all aspects of it. So, whether tackling, be it invasive species, rural poverty, urban sprawl, these projects prove that sustainability and inclusivity are not just ideals. They are actionable pathways to resilience and growth. So with that, I declare the session is finalized. Thank you so much.
All right, what a knowledgeable, insightful panel. While you're still here on stage, let's take a commemorative photo of our distinguished panel. So you can be here on stage so we can capture the logo of the African Union, the logo of the ILO. Now we would like to move on to a very important segment, and I request all of you to remain here. Let me take the opportunity to thank once again His Excellency State Minister Yetim Geta Asrat for an exceptional, time-conscious moderation of the panel. His extensive experience in international conferences, in addition to his professional duties, really were evident in the way he managed it, the way he gave a summary of the panel. Thank you to the presenters for increasing our knowledge base, and thank you to the wonderful audience. You really do bring out the best of every speaker and presenters. As we continue to take pictures, we look ahead. We look ahead to an engaging afternoon session, and let me whet your appetite on what we're having in the afternoon. So, as we said, we're having parallel ministerial sessions, and ministers will reflect on that. We have ministers joining us from Guinea-Bissau, from Senegal, from Kenya, from Rwanda, from Mozambique, from Central African Republic. We have, of course, the ILO regional director. We have the minister from Madagascar, from Niger, from the Democratic Republic of Congo, from Nigeria, and from Somalia. These ministers will give their declaration, their collective resolve. And that is something we really look forward to in the afternoon. And so we're going to ask you to come back on time for that very crucial session. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to express our appreciation to the speakers so far. Speakers yesterday and today, but we will begin by giving certificates of appreciation to speakers of today. Presenting the certificates will be His Excellency Yetim Geta Asrat and Mr. Kumbala Ndaba, the ILO Country Director for Ethiopia. Let me request you to move there on the side so that we can capture amazing pictures with that logo of the 20th ILO Regional Conference. The rest of our speakers can also be here, and you'll proceed to receive your certificates when we call upon you. Or you can be on your seats. You can take your seats as well. You may come down. Yes. Thank you very much. We'll now start presenting the certificates of appreciation. And first, we present it to the speakers of today, very distinguished panel. First, we'll present the certificate of appreciation to Elias Hassan. Elias Hassan, Mr. Elias Hassan. Mr. Elias Hassan. Okay, we'll give it to you in person. We'll give it to him in person. Professor Zayani Khemais. Professor Zayani, thank you so much for your amazing presentation. You may proceed to receive the certificate. On behalf of Elias. Thank you so much for your presentation. Professor Zayani Khemais. Again, on behalf of Professor Zayani Khemais. Thank you very much. Thank you so much for your insightful presentation on behalf of Professor Zayani Khemais. Next, Engineer Riyad Safi. Is that the Tunisian team? Team Tunisia will take the certificate. You can join him here on stage for a commemorative photo. Indeed, that was an amazing experience you shared, how you transformed that village in Tunisia. Let's remember this occasion. Thank you so much, Team Tunisia, for your participation. Thank you once again, Team Tunisia. Thank you. Following, Dr. Ashagre Gabrawalt. Dr. Ashagre Gabrawalt. Thank you so much, sir, for presenting today. Thank you once again, Dr. Ashagri Gabrawalt. Following, Dr. Wendosan Kasa. We thank you for your presentation, Dr. Wendosan Kasa. Thank you very much, and congratulations. Following, Yoshinori Fukubayashi. Thank you very much, sir. We really do appreciate the study and the presentation that you presented today. Thank you once again. And now we'll also present certificates of appreciation to yesterday's presenters. Tesfaye Barihun, if he's inside in the hall. If not, we'll give it to him in person. He is right here. Tesfaye Barihun, we thank you so much for your presentation. Thank you very much. And the final, Mohammed Wael Ben Amur. Mohammed Wael Ben Amur, yesterday's presenter. Thank you so much, sir. Let's have a picture. Thank you very much. And thank you, Your Excellency Etimgeta Asrat and Mr. Kumbala Ndaba for presenting the certificates of appreciation. Let us now adjourn for lunch. Let's take an hour for lunch. And in the afternoon, we'll be back for the ministerial session. Have a lovely afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
So, ladies and gentlemen, in case you are wondering, lunch will be served in the same location as yesterday. So make sure you don't forget your badges, because that's how you enter the venue. So we'll see you in 1 hour after lunch. Thank you so much. Bon appetit. Good afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Are you with me? All right, let's put our hands together if you can hear me. Let's do it. Let's do it. Faster than that. Faster. Let's go. Faster. Faster, faster, faster. Everybody has to do this. All right. We're trying to replace coffee. You know, every time we eat, right, you want to get up and dance? Every time we eat, our blood races down to our belly. Then we have issues up here. So we feel tired. That's why I wanted to sort of wake you up. If I can kindly ask everyone to settle down so we can begin. It's important we start on time because the ministers must leave before 4 p.m. and we have to do what we have to do. So please settle down and be ready to begin. If you're not working, please have a seat and let's settle down. Thank you. Ushers, organizers, please help us bring everybody back inside. We delayed a little bit because we have people outside coming from lunch, checking through security once again. And there is a little bit of a long line and we did not want to start without everybody. So that's why we apologize. Now the excellencies, ministers and directors and representatives of each member country are on stage in their spots. And once everybody settles, the only thing that remains will be for me to make one quick announcement and then to introduce our moderator and leave the floor for her to take over and lead us through this session. In the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, it's important that I announce at this point in time, for those of you nations who wish to bid for hosting the next, meaning the 21st Regional ILO Conference, should contact Engineer Asfaw Kidanu. And in case you need to see where Engineer Asfaw is, it's the gentleman right there. He's raising his hands. I'm sure you know Engineer Asfaw. He almost owns ILO. But please, if you would like to bid for, as organizer of the 21st Regional ILO Conference, please make sure you reach out to Engineer Asfaw, who is from the Secretariat. Looks like everything is in order. Without further ado, please give me 1 minute. Sukumato, forgive me, Chief of Employment in Investment Organization Office in Geneva, Switzerland. And she has over 30 years of experience and she specializes in employment intensive and investment. Ms. Mito's work focuses on creating jobs through strategic investments, particularly in infrastructure and climate resilient sectors, and to support economic prosperity and equitable wealth distribution. She has led employment programs in Africa, Asia, and Latin America, promoting community-driven approaches. And Ms. Mito also collaborates on policies that address her leadership continues to shade, is pretty much the reason why we are all here. We want to make sure that nobody is left behind. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, to lead us through the ministerial session, it's my great honor to welcome to the stage Ms. Mito. Please give her a round of applause as she comes up here. Come on, let's do better. We just came back from lunch. There you go.
Thank you so much, moderator. I hope you've all enjoyed lunch. This is the most exciting part of the whole week. So, Excellencies, honorable ministers, ambassadors, distinguished guests, ILO colleagues, and friends. As I've already mentioned in the opening, was it yesterday? It was just yesterday, actually, that this 20th edition of the ILO Regional Labor-Based Regional Seminar had its origins in Mbeya, Tanzania in 1990, when actually a group of ILO and government colleagues around three small projects had launched the first regional seminar to share knowledge and improve the impact of employment-intensive investment approaches. The continued commitment of countries to host and participate in this reflects the enduring relevance of these strategies. And as you know, we're here at the 20th conference with quite a lot of participants, with many ministers present. So the importance of this, I think, can be felt and seen. It was only at the 12th seminar in 2006 in South Africa that a ministerial session was actually introduced to get direct guidance from the honorable ministers that would guide this very important work. And since then, a ministerial statement has always been put together with various aims and commitments. So since yesterday afternoon, the honorable ministers who are here have been deliberating at a separate session and I would say under the not chairmanship, but at the co-chairwomanship of Her Excellency Chaltusani, the Minister of Urban and Infrastructure of Ethiopia, and also our own regional director, Fanfan Ruaindo Kairangwa, who is also the ILO Assistant Director General. And they were actually co-chairing this session since yesterday and then this morning. So we have now met in this parallel ministerial meeting. So there were actually 25 ministers present, and I will just read off the names so that you have a sense of which countries were there, and they actually should be present in front of you. So the ministers and country representatives from Algeria, Burkina Faso, Burundi, Cameroon, Central African Republic, Democratic Republic of Congo, Equatorial Guinea, Ethiopia, Guinea-Bissau, Kenya, Liberia, Madagascar, Malawi, Mauritania, Mozambique, Niger, Nigeria, Rwanda, Senegal, Sierra Leone, Somalia, South Africa, South Sudan, Tunisia, Uganda, and Zimbabwe. So it's an impressive list of 26 honorable ministers who were with us. The ILO actually at the session yesterday presented the findings from the evaluation that was carried out on the commitments that were actually made at the previous regional seminar. So the 19th regional seminar in Kigali, Rwanda, and what was actually put forward as a ministerial declaration then by the 17 ministers who were present in Kigali. So the Kigali statement from 2023 came up with 9 commitment areas, and I'll just quickly read them through so you get a sense of what was in the declaration. So it focused on strengthening enabling environments for use of employment-intensive investment approaches. It also had increasing use of employment impact assessments, monitoring and evaluation, research and innovation, and increasing knowledge. It was also about enhancing related skills development, promotion of inclusive public procurement and private sector participation, also highlighting the number of programs and projects that have integrated employment-intensive investment approaches over the years. It was also highlighting the widened use of employment-intensive investment approaches in crisis response. It was also about the promotion and the use of social inclusion and gender equality. It was also about highlighting the importance of social dialogue to promote employment-intensive investment approaches. And then finally, there was a call to enhance the ILO support towards the member states. So the findings highlighted that the significant work that has been carried out in many countries following the Kigali Declaration. So there were quite a lot of examples from different countries that were presented to the ministers. Intensive deliberations then took place to finalize and conclude an Addis 2025 Ministerial Declaration, which is what we are here to present today to you. So I'm actually very pleased and to confirm that Her Excellency Chaltu Sani, Minister of Urban and Infrastructure from Ethiopia, will be presenting to you the Ministerial Declaration that was agreed on today. Thank you so much.
A very good afternoon all. Excellencies, ministers, ambassadors, country representatives, all protocol observed. 20th International Seminar for Labor-Based Practitioners, themes, Resilient Communities and Healthy Environment, the Employment-Intensive Investment Program Approach, 19-23 May 2025, Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. Ministerial Declaration. We, the ministers and country representatives from Algeria, Burkina Faso, Burundi, Cameroon, Central African Republic, Democratic Republic of Congo, Equatorial Guinea, Ethiopia, Guinea-Bissau, Kenya, Liberia, Madagascar, Malawi, Mozambique, Nigeria, Nigeria, Rwanda, Senegal, Sierra Leone, Somalia, South Africa, South Sudan, Tunisia, Uganda, and Zimbabwe, representing diverse regions and contexts across the continent, including those facing fragility and crisis, meeting at the ministerial session from 19 to 20 May 2025 at Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. As part of the 20th Regional Seminar of Labor-Based Practitioners, co-chaired by Her Excellency Mrs. Chaltu Sani, Minister of Urban and Infrastructure, Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, and Mrs. Fanfan Rawaindo, ILO Assistant Director General and Regional Director for Africa. Appreciating the support of the ILO Director General, Mr. Gilbert, for putting the seminar and the Employment Intensive Investment Program, EIIP, within the context of global employment challenge, through the statement delivered via video during the opening ceremony. Acknowledging that the inadequate productive employment opportunities, particularly for young women and men, remain a major labor market challenge in Africa. Noting the importance of aligning our efforts with the African Union Agenda 2063, which calls for agency and purpose in driving inclusive development across the continent. Recognizing the 2019's Abidjan Declaration on Advancing Social Justice and its plan of action, which were adopted at the 14th ILO Africa Regional Meeting, which is premised on a human-centered approach and committed to promoting inclusive and sustainable economic development and growth, full and productive, freely chosen employment, and decent work for all. Taking note of adoption by the African Union of Decision 933, which designated social justice as its flagship initiative for 2025. This commitment reinforces the continent's shared vision of human-centered, inclusive, and sustainable development as articulated in Agenda 2063 and AU strategy on the social and solidarity economy. We note with appreciated the growing alignment between regional efforts and global initiatives such as the ILO's Global Coalition for Social Justice. Affirming the EIP approach is practical tool to advance this vision by creating decent jobs, mobilizing local resources, and empowering communities through participatory governance. By strengthening social capital and building resilience, EIP contributes meaningfully to environmental sustainability and inclusive economic transformation across Africa. Recognizing the progress made by countries on the commitments made in the Kigali Declaration of the 19th Regional Seminar. Recognizing that the information technology gap limits access to economic opportunities, in particular in rural areas, and that investment in information technology infrastructure is essential for inclusive growth. Acknowledging the rapid, unprecedented, and unpredictable changes happening in the world of work due to the increasing use of ever-advancing digital technologies, which are creating both new opportunities for and threats to job creation and job quality. Recognizing that African countries continue to be faced with unprecedented challenges, including increasing food and water insecurity, increasing risk of natural disaster, the effects of climate change, and protracted conflicts and violence, compounded by sluggish economic growth, inflationary pressure, the debt crisis, tariff, physical constraints, high informality, political instability, and technological disruption. Recognizing that infrastructural development is key for successful inclusion, integration, economic and social development, and it is essential to ensure that the significant untapped potential for employment creation from construction. Recognizing that productive employment and decent work are key to achieving inclusivity and personal development of workers. In construction, sharing experience to enhance promoting in construction and other pro-employment sectors. Developing communities and macro small enterprises and target-based solution is essential for creating and that applying the EIP approach to implement the solutions offers valuable opportunities. Noting the importance of urban and rural infrastructure development and its potential for creating green and inclusive job sustainability and climate solutions. Emphasizing the necessity of maximizing the social impact of infrastructure development, including maintenance to contribute to broader societal well-being and equity. Acknowledging the expanded role of AIP approach in fragility and crisis contexts, contributing to the state building, supporting displaced persons, linking humanitarian response to sustainable development, and creating peace dividends. Recognizing the importance of ensuring transparency and fairness in employment programs, addressing abuse and ensuring opportunities each intended beneficiaries to build social value and credibility. Given all above, we therefore commit to 1. Institutionalizing and strengthening the EIP approach through an appropriate strategy and high-level national intersectoral coordination, structure and implement integrated multi-sectoral employment programs consistent with national development and sectoral priorities. 2. Strengthening the capacity of national and local actors and institutions, as well as the private sector, where applicable, for the design and implementation of infrastructure and employment-intensive programs. 3. Promoting policy coherence and improving collaboration between the different implementation and governance structure, and engaging the private sector to ensure the effective implementation strategies of adopted policies. This includes supporting the development of employment policies and councils at state and local government levels. 4. Building capacity in the analysis of labor markets and conducting employment impact assessment of key policies and investment to ensure that these are able to achieve their employment potentials, and supporting strengthening the development of quality employment indicators and investment decision of the development and financing institutions, enabling us to better track direct, indirect, and deficit employment created. 5. Collecting data through appropriate monitoring and evaluation system to keep track on progress made on the implementation of the commitment in this declaration and sharing this information. This includes evaluating employment outcomes and impacts. 6. Developing and adopting inclusive and transparent public procurement policies, procedures, and tools at both central and decentralized level to ensure increased involvement of SME, community-based organization border, participation for women, youth, persons with disabilities, and encourage the use of local resources-based approach, while at the same time ensuring the quality, durability, and cost-effectiveness of care, environmental infrastructure, and other works. 7. Integrating skills, reskilling, and upskilling certification and recognition of prior learning into EIP and development projects, especially for youth, including training, internship, apprenticeship, and industry-based training requirements in the design, procurement, or implementation process. Thus, committing contractors and other private sector actors to increasing their contribution to skills development. 8. Equipping participants in labor-based projects while relevant demand-led skills and entrepreneurship opportunities to drive long-term economic empowerment, and provide sustainable exit pathway. 9, expanding employment-intensive green work in areas such as soil and water conservation, land restoration, reforestation, and irrigation to increase resilience to the effect of climate change and reduce environmental pressure, which are an increasingly important source of conflict on the continent. This includes promoting nature-based solutions, local-based technologies, and integrating resilient infrastructure into public employment programs. 10, sharing our experience and learning amongst each other and collectively improve the collection, compilation, and dissemination of information and knowledge on global good practices. Therefore, we strongly commit to use impactful means of facilitating South-South cooperation and peer learning on specific practical experiences, such as informal to formal transition, skill certification, expansion of employment programs, employment-intensive investment approach, on-site learning approach, and innovative technologies, specific industry development, example, laser and integrating technologies. 11, developing strategy, strengthening and exploring innovative approaches and strategies to transition from informal and temporary opportunities to formal jobs and to better empower EIP beneficiaries to enter into long-term employment. Embark on lifelong learning and establish sustainable career paths for a better common future and strengthening the use of digital technology and supporting self-employment and entrepreneurship. 12, piloting new approaches on integrating employment, enhancing technology in more inclusive recruitment and implementation of employment initiatives, in particular youth-targeted programs. 13, aligning our national employment programs with sub-regional and regional orientation like the Africa Union Agenda 2063 and the national development priorities, ensuring a coordinated and synergetic approach to drive structural transformation and create a decent job for all African youth. 14, ensuring the transparency and fairness in the implementation of public employment programs, actively addressing and demonstrating zero tolerance for abuse, corruption, and political patronage to ensure opportunities reach the most deserving participants and the programs deliver the intended social value. 15, addressing the specific challenges faced by fragile countries and populations affected by conflict, crisis, and displacement, ensuring that employment-intensive investment approach contribute to state-building social cohesion, peace-building, and improving the living condition of displaced persons. 16, maximizing the social impact of infrastructure development, including urban development by ensuring projects are designed and executed in consultation with communities to meet local needs, foster social cohesion, and enhance ownership of development outcomes. 17, promoting gender equality in EIP and ensure that employment created benefits women and they adopt gender equality policies. 18, developing information technology infrastructure to ensure access in rural areas, that there are programs to support IT literacy, targeting youth and women, and include competencies in artificial intelligence and cybersecurities. Solicit that 19, governments, development partners, green and climate funds, and international and regional development banks be further encouraged to finance jobs, skill and infrastructure development activities that contribute to the achievements of the Abidjan Declaration and the AU Agenda 2023, including through integrating employment and social outcomes into financing and lending portfolios. Call upon the ILOs to 20, expand on its capacities and abilities to provide EIP technical support to countries requesting such support in the context of implementing this declaration. 21, take an active role in facilitating South-South cooperation at the regional and continental levels through exchange, sharing of experience on good practices, including informal to formal transition, strategies and sector-specific skills development. 22, advocate with the World Bank, the IMF, the African Development Bank, other international and regional financial institutions, and other development partners to develop job markers and integrated stronger employment, intensive outcomes, and social dimension into their financing and lending portfolios. 23, monitor the implementation of, thank you. 23, monitor the implementation of the commitments in this declaration and report on progress of their implementation at the 21st Regional Seminar Assistance and Guidance on the strategic integration of technology and AI in employment programs and the further of work while considering its potential impact on job creation, displacement, and loss. The ministerial session provides this vote of thanks to the people of Ethiopia, governments of Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, the Ministry of Urban and Infrastructure, and the Ministry of Labor and Skill for their warm welcome to the vibrant city of Addis Ababa and for the successful hosting of this 20th Regional Seminar for Labor-Based Practitioners. Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, May 2025. Asante sana. Merci beaucoup. Thank you. Amasaganalu.
So I hope you were all inspired by this ministerial declaration. And I think what we have in front of us, as you can see, is an ambitious agenda where the honorable ministers have presented us with their guidance and their advice, policy advice. I don't know how many of you have been to the previous regional seminars or regional conference. This is actually the first time that it's been called a conference, but in the past, the regional seminars. We always have a ministerial declaration, and we also have what's called a practitioner statement. So in the next few days, there will be a practitioner statement that will be developed with you, and on Friday, you, the participants to this regional conference, will have the chance to also contribute to what is a practitioner statement. So we must now then take this guidance that we have been given by the honorable ministers who are here to be able to prepare this practitioner statement, which will be presented to us on Friday, but which will become the guiding document, if you would like, that can also allow us to work together to strengthen some of these areas that we have been discussing the last 2 days and that we will continue discussing the remaining week. So the remaining time that we have today, I think we have about 30 minutes left, and as it has been mentioned before, the honorable ministers do have to go to another meeting at 4 o'clock sharp. So the remaining time that will be left for us now is for any reflections that you may have for the honorable ministers or for the participants here. So I would open the floor to any of you that would like to take the floor to share with us your reflections that may be helpful to also contribute towards the practitioner statement. So I don't know if there's ushers with microphones, but if there's anybody in the audience that would like to, sorry, you can push the button on the microphone. So if there's anybody that would like to take the floor, I need to put my glasses on to look far. And if they can help, if there's anybody. Lunch was too good and too heavy, the Ethiopian food. Okay, I mean, if there's no reflections now, we'll have you'll have the opportunity to provide your inputs into the practitioner statement. So I think if there's no comments or no reflections, then we would stop here to allow the honorable ministers also to prepare to get to their next meeting. So if there's nothing else, and I'm giving everyone one more chance, if there's anybody that would like to make a reflection? No, okay. So I would like to thank the honorable ministers who are all here. We have one question, okay, reflection, yes, please go ahead.
I think at least I take the floor to commend Ethiopia for this nice hosting of this such important event. In Kwanda Salawat, Honorable Minister Shalto, for this great organization. And I would like also to thank the ILO for the hard work. I know the staff has been working tirelessly to have this nice declaration. It's just, Madam Moderator, to make the emphasis about the flagship initiative of Tunisia on social justice of the African Union that was proposed by the Republic of Tunisia, and that was adopted by the head of state of the African Union. I think this is a very important initiative. Is a flagship initiative of the African Union for the year 2025, and we seek your support on that. Also, let me just make the emphasis that a small wording in the declaration, I'm seeking your support to just change, taking note and replace it by commending the African Union for the adoption of Decision 933, which is very important for the continent. Lastly, let me commend all the effort that has been made by the Republic of Ethiopia, and especially the young generation that I can see they are everywhere and they are taking the lead. So I would like to thank all the volunteers to make for the hospitality shown to all the delegation, and thank you.
Okay, anyone else would like to take the floor? Okay, no, I think those were very nice words. I think we do have to very much thank the minister and the team, everybody that has been involved in putting this together. And I myself, coming from the ILO, am very grateful to the Ethiopian government for the level of hospitality and everything that has been done. And I'd like to also, of course, take the moment to thank all the honorable ministers who are here for their deliberations over the last 2 days. To thank, of course, Her Excellency Chartusani, the urban minister, but also our ADG regional director, Fanfan Rayindo, for being able to guide the discussions over the last 2 days. I also cannot not thank my own team who was part of the secretariat, so Michael Song, Frederick Van Don, Thomas Stenstrom, and Gama Sibanda, where they have actually worked into the night to help facilitate the process of putting all of this documentation in 3 languages available, to prepare the declaration. So with that, I want to thank you all. Thank you all for being here. Thank you again for this very inspiring ministerial declaration, which I hope that we can all together bring our actions together. So continue walking the talk, I hope, and that we can make a difference in people's lives. Thank you very much. Would you like to come up? Oh, yes. So.
Is Ato Yetimgeta in the house? Okay. Thank you so much, Excellencies. We will now thank you so much and leave you to leave to your next meeting. Miss Moderator, please bear with me. We're going to let you go, everybody, for coffee session, but please wait until they leave, and then we'll follow. We have coffee, and we'll come back for just the final session with Mr. Ralph. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please, let's not waste too much time. I know you like your coffee and the networking, but please come back in about maximum of 30 minutes. We have a session with Ms. Mito and Mr. Ralph. Then we will make an announcement about tomorrow's visit. Then we'll call it a day. We need you just for another 45 minutes after coffee. Thank you so much. You are free to go enjoy your coffee now. 30 minutes, please. Thank you.
Voilà.
Ça sent bien.
Voilà.
Hivi mapitwani.
Son Excellence. Asante Kiogoga.
Mwakaribishwa Kenya yetu, hakuna matata. Jambo, jambo bwana, habari gani? Nzuri sana. Wageni, mwakaribishwa Kenya yetu, hakuna matata. Ngiti jambo, jambo bwana, habari gani? Nzuri sana. Wageni, mwakaribishwa Kenya yetu, hakuna matata. Jambo, jambo bwana, habari gani? Nzuri sana. Wageni, mwakaribishwa Kenya yetu, hakuna matata. Jambo, jambo bwana, habari gani? Nzuri sana. Wageni, mwakaribishwa Kenya yetu, hakuna matata. Aniti jambo, jambo bwana, habari gani? Nzuri sana. Wageni, mwakaribishwa Kenya yetu, hakuna matata. Aniti jambo, jambo bwana, habari gani? Nzuri sana. Wageni, mwakaribishwa Kenya yetu. Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms will
All right, good afternoon. The last one for the day. Greetings from stage. Are we together, ladies and gentlemen? Are we together? Awesome, I like your energy. How about we start with something very funny? I so happen with a woman moderator from maybe just about a year ago was Wildtange Hilfe, a German nonprofit that was holding a big conference for, what was that? Rural women in agriculture, I think. And I was only helping with translation. And it was just lovely what I saw happening. The ladies had very, very funny, interesting ways of connecting with each other, coming into the room together, the way they clapped. They did songs, for example. They asked women from different regions to just get up where they are and do a song from where they come from. It was just fun. It was just beautiful. So one of the things I loved, fell in love with, and picked is this thing they called the mosquito clap. It was just fun. So I'm gonna get you started with that, so I bring everybody back to the room in one mood before I begin and get my panel on the table. Do you know how you remember, rather, how you kill the mosquito? Remember? How do you kill the mosquito? That's so annoying at night. You do this all the time, huh? She's like, okay, but no, it's more interesting. It's more interesting if you make the sound. You know how the mosquito sounds? How does it sound? No, come on, that's more like a snake. This is a snake. Huh? No, come on, what kind of mosquito do you have in, where do you come from, sir? Huh? Okay, that's one giant bumblebee. I was like, what? No, I need an artist in this house. I need a good artist. How does it sound, the mosquito? You're trying to sleep at night, you have to cover yourself because of a mosquito. Because she says what? Come on, she goes like, right? Right? Okay, let's have everybody stand first. Let's get up. Everybody up on your feet. It's wartime, baby, with the mosquito. Okay, stand up. Put your arms up. You're ready to fight. She's coming. Okay, in this case, I am her. No, she's not there yet. Come on, let's be strategic warriors. Aim and shoot. She's coming. I did not say she's there. Let's do this again. I'll tell you when to shoot. Oh, one more time. This time you have your phone on one hand. You're on TikTok, looking at the girls. So she's here. And the girl is dancing in the phone. Did you really slap yourselves? All right, thank you so much. Now, quick announcement before I leave the floor for my moderator and the speaker. About tomorrow, regarding tomorrow's site visit. One, make sure, how many of you have registered, by the way? Can you show me your hands if you have registered online? Please don't cheat, don't raise two hands. Okay, great. So make sure you have your badges with you, that's very important. Don't leave the badge behind. Next, make sure you wear something comfortable, shoes and clothing. And for our international guests, we will pick you up from your hotels between 7:15 and 7:30, or 7 and 7:30, roughly. But by 7:30, the buses have to leave. And we have a very tight schedule, very long day, so many places to go to. So that's why we need to be latest there to be picked up by 7:30. And for the local guests, and registration-wise, international participants who want to go to the visits, who have not registered, the desk outside is ready for you. When you finish the session with Ms. Mito and Mr. Ralph, please go out and register there. What else? And yeah, please be on time. For our local guests, you can arrive at Gion Hotel not later than 7:30. Gion Hotel 7:30. If you have already registered online. If you have not registered, please don't come. I'm sorry, I have to be rude. And all groups will meet at Gion Hotel finally, and then departure is at 8:15 sharp, not even 8:16. And then we will provide you with morning refreshments for the bus while on the go, and we will have support staff on each bus for any inquiries that you may have. Flawless Events will be having young people wearing black shirts, maybe with a green logo here. And at the final stop of the tour, we will provide you with boxed lunch, and we will return to Gion Hotel as a drop-off point, and international guests who have been picked up from their respective hotels will be returned by their same buses to their hotels accordingly. And I think that's very clear. Now, without further ado, I think this is it, and I will leave the floor now for my moderator, who has already started us this afternoon, Ms. Mito Tsukamoto. I don't know if I said it right. Tsukamoto? Awesome. Arigato gozaimasu. And then she will be joined by Mr. Ralph, and she will definitely take the honor of introducing her panelists. Please welcome them one more time together with a round of applause, please. This is the last one for today. Thank you. You close, but I will just tell them good night. Yes. In the center will be great. She will invite you back. Yes.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone.
Okay.
Should I make you sing? No, so welcome to the last but not the least session of today. It's a very important session, and I'm sorry that this is coming at the end when I'm sure many of you are getting tired. But this session is plenary 5, or session 5. It will focus on employment impact assessments. These are a very good complement to what we have been discussing over the last 2 days on employment intensive investment approaches, which we will continue to discuss the rest of this week. So in fact, the ILO's Employment Intensive Investment Program has used these assessments for a very long time. And you may remember that in my opening statement, I had mentioned that the ILO established these types of discussions about employment impact assessments as early as 1935. So they're not so new, but they have continued to change, and the tools and the guides and the ways and the methodologies may have changed. So in recent years, we have stepped up our efforts, and now we have dedicated a team. There's a dedicated team in place that undertakes such assessments and supports ILO constituents in leveraging them for the creation of more and better jobs. And the reason I should stress more and better jobs is because we don't look at, we have been talking about the impact on jobs, but it's not just the quantity that's important, it's the quality of the jobs that are important. So it is about more and better jobs. So the presentation you will see today from Ralph Kruger is we are going to see what is building on the work that has already been undertaken by the dedicated team, some of the colleagues who are here today, which in ILO circles is best known as the Strengthen 2 team. The Strengthen 2 is the employment impact assessment to maximize job creation in Africa, which is a project that has been financed by the European Union. So it's therefore my pleasure to be able to introduce to you Dr. Ralph Kruger. He has taken many roles in his career as a development practitioner, an economist. He currently leads the dedicated team working on employment impact assessments, or more formally speaking, he leads the ILO's Strengthen 2 project. The effort of this team at aiming and to leverage employment impact assessments for the creation of more and better jobs is quite important, an important subject that I'd like you to also have a better understanding of what has been done. So previously, Ralph has held positions at various international organizations, at the International Training Center of the ILO as Program Manager in Turin, at the African Development Bank as Chief Research Economist, at the UN Conference on Trade and Development, UNCTAD, and also here in Addis at the UN Economic Commission for Africa, the UNECA, as an economist. So let me not take up more time. Let me pass the word to Ralph so that he may start with his presentation. Thanks.
Okay, thanks a lot, Mito, for the nice introduction, the warm words, and good afternoon to all of you. Admittedly, when I was thinking about being the last speaker of the day, I thought, oh, okay, how many people will we still have in the room? But in the session we just had before, employment impact assessments featured several times. So we had, let's say, political support, and then now it's raining even outside. So I think very happy that I see so many of you here. Where do I need to point? Yeah, no, it's the one from here. Yeah. Where do I need to point it to? Okay, it's okay. Good. So I'll start anyway. As Mito mentioned, what you're going to see now is a very useful addition. It's not really about employment-intensive investments, but it's an addition to the whole approach, and it's not a new one, as Mito pointed out. The particular examples you will see here are taken from different African countries, and I would just like to mention most of them because it's actually quite a few. So what I present is based on work the ILO has done in Botswana, Cameroon, Cote d'Ivoire, Egypt, Kenya, Madagascar, Malawi, Morocco, Namibia, Rwanda, Senegal, Tunisia, and Zambia. And probably I forgot a few countries because there was work before. It's not the only thing. Much of this was done under the strength, looking mostly at infrastructure investments. Another point before I really start, how does this link to EIP or to labor-based approaches? There are two entry points you could see right away. First of all, of course, employment impact assessments help you to estimate or measure the short-term impacts that you may achieve with an employment-intensive investment program. Maybe even estimating ex ante what you may be achieving. And then monitor throughout the process, not only the direct jobs, but also the non-direct. And this is the part that I think in some cases is missing in terms of the story about what the benefits are that you may actually have. But then there's also a more challenging and, let's say, longer term part of it where employment impact assessments could help you document the long-term benefits. That's the much more difficult task to do, and I'm not really going to talk about this today, but more about what we have done and what we have seen in different countries. So most of our work is about the institutionalization of employment impact assessments with the aim of creating more and better jobs. That's always the long-term goal. We're trying to help governments, but also development banks to better measure employment impacts of projects they're considering. And of course, there are quite a number of entry points for labor-based approaches in that as well. So what you see here is more the outline of the paper that underlies this presentation, but no worries, even though the author and presenter is an economist, this is not made for economists, it's for an audience of generalists, as I imagine we have in the room. So many investments, whether they're large or small, target infrastructure sectors. This is the case all over the world, not only in Africa, but also in Africa. And directly and indirectly, intentionally and unintentionally, such constructions and operations have social impacts. On the other hand, at the same time, infrastructure projects are frequently criticized for actually not having enough positive social impact. That's why this presentation is actually trying to show where those social impacts may be found, with a particular emphasis on jobs, on the creation of more and better jobs. But the ILO work is particularly targeting this. Okay, I'm not going to bore you too much with definitions, but I think it's still good to know roughly what we're talking about when we talk about an employment impact assessment. A few things are important. It's a systematic process to measure employment effects of investments or policies. Here we focus on investments. And secondly, that we are considering quantitative and qualitative effects, not only the quantitative side. In some ways, that's the easier part again. And when we do this, the main purpose, as I mentioned before, is to contribute to the creation of more and better jobs by actually informing decisions that will in the end lead to this. The ILO has a few other things that we are considering with this, because we want our work to serve as concrete examples that can be replicated by others if they want to. And we're also testing novel methodologies that maybe haven't been tried before. So our work is a bit of old things that have been proven and tested, and new things that we're trying out to actually show new ways of doing things. Just like to mention two, if you want, principles or features of our work in employment impact assessment. One is that, as the ILO, we're relatively flexible in terms of the methodology, and most of the time we're combining several of them in one assessment. And the second one is that we're trying to look at short and long term. And the methodology, of course, depends a little bit on whether we're looking at the short term or long term, but we're trying to shed light on both parts. And this was also part of a discussion earlier today, how actually the long term comes in. So I'm trying to illustrate this also with an example. And actually, I have brought to you 3 examples of methodologies and projects we have looked at, always in combination. So this is one too far. Okay. This one is the one I wanted, because this is, and it comes first, because it's actually the most used approach, not only by the ILO, but also by other institutions that work in this area, like development banks, who frequently try to measure or estimate their impact using this kind of methodology, which is flexible in terms of when it is applied. You do need some information, but you can apply it before the implementation, during, or after. It is using, let's say, statistics. They're called input-output tables, social accounting matrices, which are basically databases or big tables of a snapshot of the economy at a given point in time. And it's used to make projections about what happens if you change something in one place, what happens throughout the whole system. With that, you can actually estimate the direct effects. In most of the time, this is basically the jobs on the construction side, and the non-direct effects. So that happen because throughout the supply chain, there's demand for inputs that will then create additional jobs, and there's all the workers and employees that earn a wage that actually have the effect that they earn money to spend it, which is sort of the consumption effect. So good, and you see the advantage, the workhorse of employment impact assessments globally, basically, because it's relatively easily understood and everything is based. So developments like the emerging sectors that may come into existence are not part of this. You won't get information about this out of a simulation like this. You will get, in essence, more of the same. it's also prone to overestimation. I mean, okay, it's not completely off, but it is prone to overestimation of the employment impact. So you always need to be a little bit careful with the results. And finally, it will give you no idea about the long-term effects, because this is all about what happens during implementation. Then you may need additional information to say something about the long term. I put here the example of the PNDP, which is the Programme National de Développement Participatif in Cameroon, which is actually a portfolio of about 460 small projects that basically aim at rural development. A lot of them are related to construction, but then there are also some others that are more looking at institutions and social infrastructure. You see here results you get, and I'm not really giving you all the features actually of neither the methodology nor of the project, but you get results that quantify the direct and non-direct effects. So direct, basically the construction, non-direct along the supply chain and through consumption effects. You see 6,600 jobs. Maybe that number doesn't mean so much, but you do see some of the more qualitative features that actually you should expect that there's a huge gender bias, because 93% of the employment is most likely going to go to men, because that's the situation in the sector actually. And then what I have not listed here, you will also see some opportunities, let's say, for skill building that may have been missed in the setup. Well, actually, you don't see it here, but it's one of the recommendations we gave, besides doing something about the gender bias, to also look at the opportunities to build additional skills of those people that are actually hired to implement. So very much you want the labor-intensive approach the ILO is proposing. So this is the workhorse. Now going to the novel part, or the more advanced part. It's not so novel, but it's more advanced. So besides multipliers, there's also modeling, and more advanced modeling. I mean, the economists among you will know that, of course, CGE modeling, computable general equilibrium model, is nothing new, but it is quite sophisticated in comparison to the other approach. And therefore, you basically need specialists to work on your models, and it will be less comparable and less transparent, because at the end of the day, really only whoever designed or created a model really understands it. And it takes a long time for others to understand. So this is a bit more difficult, it's less transparent, but it also offers you more insights into what you actually want to understand, how a project affects the economy in a country. Again, it's flexible in terms of using these kinds of models before, during, or after implementation. The ILO's, let's say, featured model we call the SMSD, which stands for Structural Model for Sustainable Development. But anyway, at the end of the day, it is a macroeconomic model that says something more than simply the employment numbers or the turnover that you could get from a specific investment, but you can show many more macroeconomic consequences, changes in macroeconomic variables that may relate to, let's say, at least the larger investments you're looking at. It is more realistic, not only gives it more information about different variables, but it's also more realistic because certain mechanisms are built into the model. Like, for instance, if you have a lot of demand for the construction sector, of course prices will rise, and this model, or models like this one, can capture this. The multipliers I just presented cannot. And it's also able, if you have sufficient data, to capture or to estimate the long-term effects. So you can simulate what happens in an economy if you increase the availability of road infrastructure or of energy supply, these things. Of course, all of this, as I said, is always a little bit intransparent, because it takes a while to understand actually what has been done. And of course, if you look at where this information may be used, policymakers or also decision makers in development banks, for instance, or in ministries of finance, will not have the time to fully get into a macroeconomic model. So that's a bit the downside of this approach. We have used it, for instance, in Zambia, where we looked at the rehabilitation of the Zambia Great North Road, which is a fairly large project and which did have quite a good number of annualized jobs, because this number of 36,000 is basically adding over an implementation period of several years, all the jobs up, sort of 1 year is a job. You see in the graph below a fine red line that goes sort of from north to south. This is the end of the implementation period. So before you have all the jobs in construction, afterwards you have jobs in other areas of the economy because of the availability of that road, and therefore better road infrastructure. Also here we saw that you will have quite a gender bias, and in this case also you will have quite a non-youth, a bias against youth in that sense, because they are only making up a fraction. Particularly when it comes to unskilled labor, I think there's an opportunity to change that somewhat. And finally, the third, I promised 3 methodologies. The third one is the more novel one, where we're using geographic information systems or methods that are based on geographic information systems. In short, GIS, and there are several of them. Let's say one of the limitations of this is you can only use them ex post. You can actually not use them beforehand or really during implementation, because you want to know what changed because of this intervention. The second feature, it's always looking at a very specific location and not like the other methods at the economy as a whole, but you're really looking, if you look at the example of a road that is given here, you're looking at the environment around the road. I mentioned several of these methods. One we're using is based on data on nighttime lights, so basically trying to estimate economic activity with the brightness of the lights at night, and then also translating that again into the number of jobs that may exist in this specific location. We're also using labor force surveys, which is not a methodology as such, but basically we're trying to leverage the data that was collected for labor force surveys with the help of some econometric techniques to see what happened in these specific geographic areas. And there you can, of course, go to much more detail in terms of what changed in terms of the features of the households that are in this area. And finally, there's also what you see in this colorful image. There's the aspect of access to social infrastructure, which you can analyze. So in this case, it was the access to health and education infrastructure in Rwanda, which you could show having improved because of the rehabilitation of these feeder roads. So other things you can learn from such analysis is, of course, okay, so how far away from the road are these impacts really still significant? Where you can see that jobs have increased because of the road. And turned out, okay, not maybe so surprisingly, it's about 2 kilometers from off the road that you still see an impact in terms of job creation from the road. Okay, this is a few years after the road was finished. So we compared before and after, filtering out a few other things. And just to say, these are sort of findings that maybe more strategically you can feed into decision processes about a road network that you may want to rehabilitate or build in a given country to make sure that you're not wasting your money. Finally, and just to wrap up the methodology part, just a brief summary and pointing at a publication we have very recently launched. On the right side, you see sort of reference to the different methodologies and when they can be applied, but the point here is actually the publication on the left, because in that publication we're describing 12 different methodologies that you can use to assess employment impacts. And they're all used by the ILO, and of course we're also happy to consult with you and other constituents about using them. But of course there are a few challenges that are also in the way. And I also only would like to highlight two. I mean, one is, of course, all these methodologies require a lot of data. So if you don't have any data, you will not be able to use them. It varies a lot, of course, but still, the critical bottleneck, if you want, for us, it turned out in all these assessments, was the information on the project. It was not the information on the economy. The information on the economy, of course, may limit you a little bit, but it's generally available. But information on a specific project, particularly how it spends its money, is what actually is sometimes difficult to have. So we call it expenditure breakdowns, which then allow you to actually show these non-direct effects throughout the economy. So that's one challenge, basically, that we found. The other one lies in achieving the end aim of actually institutionalizing these approaches within mostly governments and to some extent development banks. And here, if you look at institutionalizing employment impact assessments in a given country, it's quite a long process that you have to consult with a lot of people to also make sure that at the end of the day, the government will have the means available to really utilize it and not rely on one-off interventions that may come with the help from outside. So it's long-term, and therefore the political ownership, and if you want sponsorship from relatively high up, is absolutely necessary. It's not something that you build up bottom up. You need to have the support from above. The other thing I wanted to show here on the slide is just some examples of recommendations we frequently give in these assessments. So it's not comprehensive at all. You already saw that there are potential biases related to gender and youth aspects. So mitigating these effects is one prominent recommendation. Also, we find a lot of opportunities to actually complement infrastructure projects with skill building measures. Again, very close to the ILO's EIP approach. Further exploring local sourcing. Of course, this is a lot related to the construction sector. So if you have a good idea about where the construction sector is spending its money, it will already get you a long way. And it may point you with some analysis to opportunities where actually to produce some inputs more locally than you have done before. Of course, this is a very sensitive one because obviously you don't want to introduce inefficiencies into your economy. But still, there are some opportunities that can be found. And finally, of course, in all these assessments, you can also check whether employment-intensive approaches would be suitable. And there are some very obvious examples when it comes to road construction where this is almost a no-brainer. So it's also an entry point, if you want, for labor-intensive approaches. I emphasized already institutionalization quite a bit. And this is, as I said, for us, it's sort of the goal to promote the systematic use of such analysis for decision-making in countries. And there are several examples of countries that already use them, and they do it in different ways. They create different kinds of institutions or mechanisms to do this. But there are some examples, I always mention South Korea as the gold standard, but even other countries are using it, like Rwanda, like Cameroon, to be closer to here. Finally, important several things to note. I already mentioned that it's a long-term effort. So it requires the ownership from the top. It also requires some technical capacity, of course, but that's usually the easier thing to fix, because it's not normally about very sophisticated methodologies. You start with what's easiest to achieve, and then you can move on to more difficult methodologies. It also, in terms of the sustainability and the long-term effort, is not only about the political ownership, it's also then establishing collaborations with academia and the statistical office to ensure that you can repeat such exercises whenever you deem them necessary, ideally on an ongoing basis. And finally, of course, the ILO is supporting its constituents in institutionalizing employment impact assessments. Beyond that, and I would like to link to some intervention this morning from the African Development Bank. The African Development Bank mentioned that they are introducing what they termed the Youth Jobs and Skills Marker. So this is a package of measures that are meant to give more importance to employment. It includes employment impact assessments. It includes other measures that are supposed to improve the employment impact of their operations. And of course, we're also very happy to work with them on this, and we are of course happy to work with others as well. But of course, the primary audience for us are our constituents. So very little on the way forward. In essence, from what we have seen, we believe that there's quite a lot of untapped job creation potential still in infrastructure projects, because this is, of course, mostly what we are discussing this week here. And employment impact assessments can help improving the information base that you need to take decisions. I already mentioned extensively that we are actually supporting this kind of institutionalization for our constituents, mostly governments, but of course we also want workers and employers to know what this is good for and to be able to understand and provide their inputs into these exercises at national level. And then finally, there's also the development banks that are actually stepping up their efforts. To give them some credit for this as well, the moment there is quite some attention given to job creation for them as well, and not only more but also better jobs, as the World Bank is currently propagating. And of course, we're happy to do more with you and with others. And the African continent, in some ways, is a little bit ahead of the world, because this is also where we have focused our efforts so far. Thank you very much for your attention, and happy to answer any questions that you may have now or later. Just to say, of course, I will be here. Some of my colleagues working on the same team are also here, so we're happy to explain to you, be it here or be it in the tent just outside where we have a stand, more about what we're doing and to see what is potentially useful for you. Thank you.
Ralph, do you want to stay there? And I'll just talk from here. No, so I think we have some time left for questions and answers. If you have any questions for Ralph, this would be the moment. I think the presentation itself was a very good overview of a lot of the different methodologies and the work that the ILO has been undertaking, also in collaboration on the jobs market with the AFDB. But this is a key area of work. I think it's quite important because it helps governments and decision makers to have a tool that allows you to be able to assess how much impact you may be having in one sector over another. The team has actually produced quite a lot of publications, especially in the sub-Saharan Africa region. And all of these publications are available. So, you know, if you would like more information, as Ralph said, of course the team can, you know, provide you with those. I think most of them are online. So there's a wealth of information out there, and it's interesting because there's quite a lot of assessments in different sectors, and the results have been, you know, quite different. So anyways, with that, let me open it up. Let me open the floor for any questions that you may have for Ralph. If you can turn your light on. I don't want to make anybody swat flies or go dancing, maybe later. But okay, there's a question here up front.
Merci beaucoup pour la parole que vous m'accordez. Je voudrais dire déjà que je viens du Cameroun et je suis le coordonnateur national ou la coordonnatrice, comme vous voulez, du programme national de développement participatif qui est appelé PNDP et qui a été présenté tout à l'heure. Donc c'est déjà avec un certain honneur que nous avons vu que le PNDP a été pris effectivement comme un exemple dans la présentation qui a été faite. Et je voulais juste ajouter que dans les emplois qui sont cités ici, il y a les emplois directs, les emplois qui sont les chantiers IMO. Les chantiers dans le PNDP classique, ce sont des salles de classe, ce sont des marchés, ce sont des hangars, mais la partie IMO que nous avons mis en œuvre pendant 3 phases, sur 3 financements différents, c'est vraiment des grands chantiers qui prennent 250, 300, 400 jeunes qui trouvent du travail par là, mais la particularité de IMO PNDP, c'est l'ingénierie sociale, c'est-à-dire que ces travailleurs sont profilés, parce que le design du projet a effectivement l'entreprise qui conduit le chantier, mais également des ONG qui vont recruter, former les ouvriers et une agence de financement, une microfinance, qui va rémunérer les ouvriers sur les chantiers toutes les fins de semaine, mais tout en préservant 3/4 de leur rémunération comme une épargne. Et quand la formation est achevée, les chantiers sont achevés également, ces jeunes sont installés sur les métiers qu'ils ont choisis de manière individuelle ou de manière groupée. Et alors, nous avons donc des emplois indirects cette fois-là, qui sont la reconversion de ces jeunes qui hier n'avaient pas de travail, qui hier pouvaient être enrôlés dans les hordes de Boko Haram, puisque c'est dans la zone de l'extrême nord du Cameroun que nous avons mis en œuvre IMO. Et donc, je voulais apporter cette précision-là, et peut-être si nous avons l'opportunité dans les jours qui restent, les heures qui restent, peut-être jeudi, nous pourrons dire un peu plus si on a un petit espace pour présenter le cas IMO PNDP. Donc, je voulais préciser qu'il y a des emplois directs, c'est-à-dire les chantiers sur lesquels, chantiers IMO sur lesquels ils travaillent, et il y a des emplois indirects qui sont les emplois issus de l'ingénierie sociale que nous avons développée et qui donnent maintenant, j'allais dire, un statut d'employeur à ces jeunes qui sont installés dans différents secteurs. Ça peut être l'agriculture, ça peut être le service, le commerce, ça peut être la restauration, et ainsi de suite, quoi. Et donc, voilà ce que je voulais ajouter. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup, madame. Votre rajout, c'est très intéressant. Donc, est-ce qu'il y a d'autres questions? Je vais changer en français pour un moment. Il y a une autre question vers la droite. Voilà.
Oui, merci beaucoup. Je suis Oli, je viens de Madagascar et merci beaucoup pour la présentation parce que nous travaillons à Madagascar pour le curage des canaux d'irrigation et jusqu'ici, nous avons juste comptabilisé l'emploi direct. Donc, on n'a pas les méthodes, on n'a pas des méthodes bien définies pour comptabiliser les emplois indirects. Donc, je souhaite avoir plus de précision par rapport à la comptabilisation des emplois indirects. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup, Holly. Est-ce qu'il y a d'autres questions ou des commentaires? In English or in French? There's somebody raising a hand that I can't see. Where? In the middle?
Good afternoon, and thank you for your presentation. It's quite educating and also very precise. The issue of the modeling, the examples that you have illustrated, like for example on the GIS, it discusses about socio-economic characteristics. For example, if we look for the road project, because the structure, for example, the residential, or maybe if there are some industry that have been opened up after the road intervention. So all this is going to be rebuilt. And also the other modeling that you have given example on the employment generation. So if we take maybe the analysis is on road project, do you have a corridor that you consider, for example, from the center of the road, is it a half kilometer or 1 kilometer whatsoever? Do you have that you consider in the analysis? Thank you.
So maybe we turn back to you first.
Ok, merci beaucoup pour toutes les questions. Merci beaucoup, Madame, pour les précisions sur le PNDP. Ça serait super si nous trouvons le temps, peut-être nous pourrons discuter avec les organisateurs, peut-être d'avoir le temps les jeudis ou vendredis pour avoir encore plus de précisions, parce que c'est un exemple très intéressant aussi pour les autres pays. Concernant la question de notre collègue de Madagascar, ok, bien sûr, je peux expliquer beaucoup plus, peut-être, mais nous prenons la discussion offline pour détailler un peu qu'est-ce que nous avons déjà fait, parce que nous avons aussi déjà fait une évaluation d'impact sur l'emploi au Madagascar, comme j'ai mentionné avant, il y a des travaux. Now coming to the question about GIS modeling and the road and let's say the area one should consider. First of all, in terms of the two other methodologies I mentioned, the multipliers and the modeling, you would not define a corridor along the road. You would look at the economy-wide impact of doing this investment project. So I can only answer the question with respect to the GIS methodology that was used. As I mentioned, in the case I presented, it was about 2 kilometers, where afterwards there's not really any more big impact. So, of course, the impact is the biggest, closer to the road. But we somehow said, okay, still up to almost 2 kilometers, you will still see an impact. This is why there the conclusion came that you would be able to influence road network planning efforts in the country. I'm not sure I've 100% answered your question, so happy to make it more precise afterwards as well.
Okay, so let's try to take a second round of questions, if there's any questions or comments. In the front? Oh, on the right.
Merci bien de m'accorder cette occasion de m'exprimer et déjà de saluer la présentation qui a été faite. C'est un travail qui a été suffisamment poussé et recherché, notamment sur les méthodologies qui ont été présentées. J'ai oublié de me présenter, je suis Marius Patrick Zéakono, je suis le responsable infrastructure au PNDP. Et donc, à la suite de Madame Ga, je prends la parole ici pour essayer d'avoir plus de détails sur les deux autres méthodologies qui ont été présentées, parce que probablement dans le temps de présentation, M. Kruger n'a pas eu l'occasion de donner plus de détails, mais il m'a semblé avoir quelques similitudes. Donc, si possible, que je puisse capter maintenant les différences qui permettent de distinguer ces deux approches. Notamment, je crois l'exemple a été pris en Namibie pour le modèle de la route, et dans un autre pays, j'ai oublié lequel, pour le modèle de la gestion de l'information géographique, voilà, du système d'information géographique. Donc, la préoccupation que j'ai, c'est d'avoir les éléments qui permettent de distinguer ces deux approches méthodologiques d'une part, et d'autre part, logiquement, ce serait de comprendre les avantages et les inconvénients de l'une ou l'autre des méthodes à appliquer. Merci bien.
Merci beaucoup. Je crois qu'il y avait une question du côté droite, là.
Tout à fait. Je me présente, moi c'est Étienne Zoundi du Burkina Faso, je travaille pour Helveta Suisse Intercoopération. Nous accompagnons aussi l'État, le gouvernement, et nous avons accompagné le gouvernement à élaborer la stratégie nationale IMO avec un plan d'action. Et je voudrais vous féliciter pour ce travail d'évaluation, parce que pour nous qui travaillons dans le domaine des travaux à haute intensité de main-d'œuvre, c'est véritablement l'impact. Il faut démontrer que cette approche-là apporte des impacts, des effets multiplicateurs, non seulement sur l'emploi, mais aussi sur les autres aspects socio-économiques. Nous avons fait une étude d'impact il y a 4 ans, je pense en 2000, non, plus de 4 ans, 5 ans, et l'étude a démontré que quand vous investissez un franc, sur 4 à 5 ans après, sur une route par exemple, vous récoltez 3 à 5 fois. Donc, vous voyez, c'est vraiment très important de disposer des données fiables en termes d'impact pour pouvoir capitaliser, pour pouvoir influencer et pour pouvoir participer justement à l'institutionnalisation de cette approche qui est importante. Donc, c'est juste ce commentaire pour vous encourager à diffuser les résultats de votre étude et à partager le plus largement possible. Et pourquoi pas d'engager d'autres études avec beaucoup plus de méthodes qui vous amènent à regarder les autres aspects qui n'ont pas été touchés. Au-delà de l'emploi, quel type d'impact on peut avoir avec les travaux à haute intensité de main-d'œuvre. Je vous remercie.
Essayons de prendre encore une question, s'il y en a. I can't see. Au milieu, à gauche. To the left. In the last row right there, yeah, I see.
Thank you for the chance. I am asking about when one project comes to one location, there may be some people affected by the coming of the project. So is there any ILO policy or procedure to manage this? And the other is, in the context of labor rights, in the context of labor rights, many workplaces are not still psychologically or physically safe for women and marginalized genders. So what strategies are in the place to create environments that are equally comfortable and secure for all genders? This is my question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me turn it over to Ralph.
Okay, thank you very much for the question. Je pense que la première, c'était concernant les avantages et désavantages des différentes méthodologies. Ok, c'est difficile à répondre dans une façon brève, mais si vous regardez les trois méthodologies que j'ai présentées, il y a la première qui avait le multiplicateur, qui est, si vous voulez, une méthodologie de base. Et normalement, c'est préférable de commencer avec cette méthodologie. Ça vous donne seulement des informations sur les effets à court, à mi-terme, pas les effets permanents, les effets long terme. Comme ça, il y a ça c'est le désavantage principal peut-être de cette méthodologie. Pour les autres, la méthodologie de modeling que j'ai présentée, c'est plus avancé, mais ce sont toujours des estimations. Ça veut dire que ce sont des approximations. L'approche GIS, la troisième, ça c'est pas vraiment des estimations, ça sont des observations. Okay. Il faut aussi faire des estimations dans cette approche, mais c'est peut-être plus précis, c'est plus proche de la réalité. Juste pour vous donner un peu quelques idées, mais nous sommes là aussi avec l'équipe pour discuter encore plus jusqu'au fin de cette semaine. J'espère que c'est satisfaisant pour l'instant. Finally, the question raised, or the two questions raised about affected people and labor rights. I don't think I'm the best person to answer either one. On the first one about affected people, when a particularly large investment project arrives, normally there are assessments done that are not employment impact assessments, but environmental and social assessments that look into this. And it does happen, of course, that people are affected negatively, and then normally measures should be taken to compensate them or to adjust the project. But this is way outside of what I actually should talk to. So this is more a question about environmental and social safeguards and the measures that are taken to mitigate such negative impacts. On the labor rights, okay, again, while I may be able, or we may be able to point out some issues that we see and that we find, I don't feel that I should give recommendations about the strategies, how to address them. So I'm sorry, I have to point to other colleagues. I'm sure we will find the colleagues in the ILO that can answer that question, but unfortunately it's not me. Sorry for that.
Okay, so I'm conscious of the time that we're actually going over time. So I also don't want to keep you staying here much longer. But I think that this discussion is an interesting one, because I think what we would be interested as ILO to know also is what are you doing in your countries, and where would these kinds of methodologies that Ralph has presented, you know, where could they be of use, how could they be institutionalized, and whether if there's national financing or national governments that you know, would like to or have already maybe institutionalized their own methodologies. So I think it's a great exchange. I think this is a good opportunity. Ralph's mentioned this a few times, but he himself, and we have a few colleagues from the team who are here. So please take advantage of the fact that they're here to reach out to them. I know tomorrow is the field visit, so you'll have a chance to maybe be on the same field visit with them. Otherwise, Thursday or Friday. I don't know if Pamphile and Alina, if you could just stand up so they know who you are. So Alina Game works on the GIS, and Pamphile Sosa has been working on the jobs marker and also a lot of the employment impact assessment work in the region. So you know who the team is. If you have any questions or, you know, suggestions, it would be, you know, I think I would really encourage you to use this time to reach out to them. So with that, unless there's any other urgent matters, I think we will bring this session to a close. Very much to thank Ralph for giving this overview, and to thank you for all your interesting suggestions and also the positive comments that you've made about, possibly institutionalizing these methodologies in the regions. So thank you very much. So I turn back to the MC.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. Thank you so much, Mr. Ralph and Madam Moderator. Now, the only thing that's standing between going home and you is just one announcement I have to make. Two announcements, actually, and a certificate for the gentleman. But please wait there while I make the announcement and while I wait for the State Minister to come and honor you with that certificate, sir. And by chance, I wonder if I'm looking for two of our presenters from the other day. Mr. Dominic Luis Pabur Okello. Are you here? Dominic. I'm sorry, have you spoken the day before? Like yesterday? No, you're speaking afterwards? There's a confusion? Okay, I'm sorry. And Meredith Byron? Meredith Byron? No? Okay. I'm not sure where I'm wrong. Okay. Then in that case, it's only for Mr. Ralph, and I'm only going to keep you waiting for just a few moments while His Excellency Ato Yetim Geta gets here. Now, quickly, those of you international participants who have not had a chance to register for the city site visit tomorrow, they will be waiting for you outside for final registration now. So when we're finished here, please step outside, and there is the reception desk on the left. Make sure you register there. 1. 2, after you register, including those registering today, they will be sending you emails with details of what I announced earlier. So if you missed any of the information about tomorrow, it's already going to be in your email, the email with which you have registered for the tour. But just kindly to remind you, because this is going to be a very busy day, please make sure you are ready between 7:15 and 7:30 at your hotels to be picked up to our international participants. Ethiopian participants, make sure you are at Gion Hotel latest by 8 o'clock, 7:30 to 8 at Gion Hotel. The buses will leave exactly at 8:15 and there will not be any delay. So please make sure we use the international time, not the Farangi time, not the Ethiopian time. So 8 o'clock latest. Do I have the regional director, the country director or regional director for ILO in the house? Do I have anyone from ILO? Maybe Ato Asfal? It looks like the state minister is quite busy. Mr. Ralph, are you by chance going to be here Thursday? You're going to be here? Okay, I want to make sure you receive the certificate from the right people, so can I keep it? So give it to you on Thursday? Okay, excellent. So without further ado, we'll call it a day right here. Thank you all so much once again for Ms. Mito and for Mr. Ralph, and to you. Enjoy the rest of the night, and if you have extra time, go around at this, have a look, and enjoy some of the fun you can find, walking around, going to the cultural places, coffee shops, and everything. Thank you so much. See you tomorrow at Gion Hotel, latest by 8 o'clock. Thank you all so much. Make sure you don't forget to wear a nice jacket and to carry a good shoe. Welcome, Mishit.